right, everyone, can I have everyone on their seats? We're going to get started in about a minute. Look at you. All right, I'm going to call our meeting to order. Perfect. Good morning and welcome everyone to the November 26, 2025 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and the homelands of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as the settlers from around the world who continue to be welcome here and call Regina home. So members of the committee and city administration might be attending the meeting through a video conferencing, and I would like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off, and when speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. The deadline to register as a delegation for reports recommended for consideration by City Council at this meeting is scheduled for December 3rd at 12 p.m. on Monday, December 1st. Can I please have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? The addition of the registered list of delegations, item EX 25115, underutilized land improvement strategy, five-year review will be considered first, followed by EX 25-114, review of the nuisance and derelict properties. Councillor Seeklees. Thank you. All right, can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes of the November 12th, 2025 Executive Committee meeting? Councillor Burton. Any errors or omissions? None noted. I will call the question. Anyone opposed? It is carried. All right, as we are still waiting for a delegation, we are going to start with item EX 25-109, Events, Conventions, and Trade Shows Fund Annual Report. Can I have a motion to receive and file communications EX 25-117, Sandra Jackal from the Regina Hotel Associations? Councillor Burton, thank you. And I will call the question. Anyone opposed? It is carried. Okay, now we will now consider item EX 25-109, Events, Conventions, Trade Shows, and Trade Shows Fund Annual Report. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, and through the chair, I'm happy to share today an overview of the events, conventions, and trade shows, what we call the ECT fund from the past year. Administration is recommending that Council receive and file this report. As you know, the ECT policy and its event evaluation framework was created and approved by Council in 2020. City Council also approved in principle an annual budget of $375,000 to support the attraction of these types of events. At the end of 2024, the ECT Reserve Fund ending balance was just over $500,000. During 2025, the ECT fund supported 5 different events that totaled an investment of $180,000, including The Grind. That was part of the Frost Festival this year. It was the snowboard competition, and I know many of you got a chance to check that out. Skills Canada, Canoe Kayak Sprint National Championships, and Spoho X, and Agribition, which is going on right now. There was also a $620,000 investment committed to 3 events from the ECT Reserve Fund, including the Vanier Cup, which many of us attended just this past weekend. One of those events out of that $620,000 is still in the confidential bid process, so the funding for that may or may not be paid out depending on if we win that event. The 2025 ending reserve balance is currently projected to be $130,000 and change. These events, of course, not only provide a major boost to our local economy, they make the city come alive. I know many of you have had a chance to attend these events, and they are significant game changers for our community. They support local businesses, they bring tourists to our city, and they also bring residents out and give them an opportunity to enjoy. I am now happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Can I have someone move the report, please? Councillor Frau, do you wish to speak to the report?
Yeah, just a couple questions. First, through the chair, impressed seeing the work that you've done in the community. I've been invited to a few of them. You're great ambassadors and professional in your work. I certainly support work to attract events, trade shows and conventions. I was the vice president of Tourism Regina too for a period of time. I guess my question though, in light of our forthcoming budget, is we're going to increasingly have conversations, good ones, on what the city should do or not do. And ideally, we'll have the time to engage our neighbors on those discussions. But this is an interesting one for me because we don't see a return from PSD, GSD, liquor tax, hotel tax, yet our community, right, the broader community undoubtedly benefits from these events, and our economy does. So I guess my question to administration, looking at us both as a municipal corporation, but on the strategic intents that we have as a city, given where we're at fiscally, is it appropriate for us to continue to invest money into events, conventions, and trade shows? And this comes as someone who spent a good part of my career advocating for that.
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, great question, Councillor. Definitely makes a difference. Typically on these events, we'll partner with our provincial colleagues, and they can do the math around, okay, if we invest X number of dollars, we will see a direct increase in revenue due to the event because of collecting the taxes you mentioned. The city does not have a way to directly reimburse that stuff. And it is a struggle. I'm going to be honest. It's a struggle internally to say, you know, how can we get back so that it's not just the taxpayers of the city that are putting our portion in. I would encourage us all to be creative and to work with our colleagues at the province in maybe giving us different avenues of collecting tax so that it's not all put in one basket around property tax essentially and user fees. But I think, you know, going forward, we can all be creative when these events come to try and figure out a way for the city to participate more tangibly in the economic spin-off rather than tangentially, like you mentioned, just the goodness, you know, the good it brings to the city is good as it supports the property taxes. But I would love it if we could have a sales tax of some sort to help to participate directly.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, again, I think we all support these events in our community. They're good for our businesses and our residents, which means they're good for our community. Thankfully, our team is doing an incredible job of winning events in collaboration with the RHA, so we should commend them for that. But just for those of us that are new here, and it's fine if you don't have anything offhand, we can take it away, but what might an example, is the sales tax the most readily available example, or are there other mechanisms by which we should do some homework and come back with some proposals so that we as municipal corporation can also see a return from the many hundreds of thousands of dollars we invest into these great events?
Ms. Johnson?
Thanks. Thank you. Through the chair, I'll maybe start and add a little bit of context to Mr. Anderson's first response, and then answer that question specifically. But one thing that we do see is an increase in PST revenue, which of course goes to the province, but we get a portion of municipal revenue sharing. So these events in a way do in fact increase the PST overall, and then potentially our portion of the municipal revenue sharing if we see a big enough economic boost. So that is one way that we see revenue generated and directed back to the city. We also see, of course, a lot of increase in local spend in local businesses. So those are dollars going into our taxpayers' hands, who then pay the taxes for the city. So again, indirect, but these are ways that we are stimulating the local economy and creating money for people in Regina and spends in Regina. So that's important. It also, these events bring tourists into the city. So that is spends in the city with those local businesses from people who are outside the city. So again, economic generation. Now, in terms of the city making specific money on these events, there are probably a number of ways to do that. I mean, we could charge surcharge on some of the ticket fees depending on what the event is. We could charge create something and create some sort of tax where we could charge people for coming in. The hotels, of course, do charge a destination marketing fee, which you know, and so people staying in the hotel for these events, there's some revenue generated there for the hotels. There's probably more ideas that I haven't thought of. I don't know if Mr. Anderson wants to add to that, but those are some of the things that we could do.
Thanks very much. To be clear, I support attracting events, trade shows, conventions for the good reasons that you've outlined, and as you mentioned, Jennifer, the visitor economy is not just good for the economy, but it's good for our residents. It helps with our quality of life. I guess my last question through the chair to administration is, just given the answer for both you and Mr. Anderson, is administration currently working or looking at scenarios which council could deliberate and consider, or would it be beneficial today or at a later time to come back with a more formalized request so that we can be intentional in that respect? I understand the next few weeks and months is a terrible time, but I do, given that we're talking about it today, want to ask.
Thank you. Through the chair, at this time we are not currently looking at options like that, but we certainly could. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Councillor Zakidniak. Okay. Councillor Turnbull.
Thank you. Great entrance, Councillor Zakiniak. Some questions to the chair. In the report, it mentions the estimated economic impact numbers, which is great to see that. I was just wondering where we get those numbers from and what is our methodology of doing that. Do we collaborate with EDR with that or any other organizations?
Thank you. Through the chair, we work with Tourism Saskatchewan. They have a program that we, along with any other partners that are looking to host the event, provide a whole bunch of stats and details such as anticipated hotel room nights, anticipated number of guests, projected number of participants, and they put it into their system and spit out an economic impact estimate.
Sort of a standard methodology all the tourisms use, Saskatchewan and Regina. Does that interrelate with the EDR numbers at all, or are they just separate things altogether?
Thank you. Through the chair, we I don't think we work with EDR directly on that at all. We work directly with Tourism Saskatchewan on that and use that program.
Okay, awesome. And yeah, those are some great return on investment numbers, which is great. Looking at the event list, are there any major events which aren't included that we fund in other ways, maybe that don't fit into the ECT fund, not listed?
Thank you. Through the chair, if there were other events being funded through other programs, I wouldn't have that available. There are other major events that sometimes come to the city that don't require city funding, so there may be some things coming that we know of that you haven't seen come through the ECT fund because they just haven't required funding.
Okay, I don't see the future Grey Cup on here. Is that going to come through the ECT funding?
Thank you. Through the chair, there will be a report coming to council at a future date with an explanation of where and how that funding would be allocated.
To the chair, do we know how much funding the future Grey Cup will take from the city?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, we had, I believe it was 1.5 million from the city.
Okay, and that's not coming from the ECT fund?
Thank you. Through the chair, when we come back, we will propose where the funding should come from. We will come with a report to council early in the new year, and then it will show you exactly where the funding will come from.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll wait for that report. And thanks for bringing all these events and all of your hard work. It's been really nice to see and go to these things. And of course, Agribition's on this week, so everyone go out.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. Mayor Baczynski.
Thank you. Through the chair, with some of the events, or maybe many of the events, is there a risk of losing out on these events if we don't participate as a municipal funding partner? Like, is there a requirement for different levels of government for many of these?
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. Through the chair, absolutely. We would likely miss out on a number of these events if we didn't have this fund. Almost all of these events have an operational budget that require funding. We generally share that funding ask between Tourism Saskatchewan, the Regina Hotel Association, and us, and it would be unlikely that we'd be able to remove ourselves, have those two other funding partners support these to the level that they would need.
And other municipalities, I'm assuming, have a similar arrangement where they have different levels of government, including municipalities, would fund things like this to be competitive. So in order to be competitive for Regina, we would have to participate in the same way, I would expect.
Thank you. Through the chair, absolutely. This is in fact often a bidding competition to win these events. Money talks, and other municipalities have similar funding abilities, and in some cases we have been outbid on events. So the ones that we have won, it is a combination of our preparedness to host. We do have a great hosting reputation, but also a large part of it is the funding.
Perfect. So when I look at the investment into the community and the economic impact to our community, I think there's a pretty good ratio there for us as a city. So thanks for your work on this, and fully support moving forward.
Thank you, Mayor Baczynski. Councillor Sickles.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Jennifer. Thank you very much for this report. I won't repeat what my councillor colleagues have asked you. I had a question, and since we're on camera with 22 people watching, can you tell us a little bit about the QR codes that are popping up around the city and how that might tie into this?
Thank you. Through the chair, we're really excited about those. In fact, they are large-scale physical pins that have popped up. They say something's happening here, and they have a QR code on them. We have designed those to help activate major events in the city. Previously, a couple years ago, the way the tourism team activated major events was with decor kits, and so they would provide decor to businesses and organizations that would go in the trash afterwards, frankly. And so it was not a sustainable way of doing tourism, and it also didn't drive people around the city to explore. These pins, each one encourages people to discover a different part of the city. They pop up at major locations such as the Royal Saskatchewan Museum, and they drive people both into that attraction as well as back to Agribition and vice versa. So it's really trying to take advantage of all the visitors we have to our city from all over the world right now, and encourage them to explore the show at Agribition, which is major for us, but also see another part of Regina that they might not have known about previously. So that's what the pins are doing.
Thank you. Could you just give an example of, if you have a phone in your hand, you're outside the Bungie building, and there's one there. If you were to look at that, click the link, what's the first thing you see?
Thank you. Through the chair, the one at Agribition, you scan that QR code and up pops a video of Sean, CEO of Agribition, welcoming you to the city, encouraging you to discover the other pins around the city, so encouraging you to go to our museums and attractions and local businesses. And then he also, and that video specifically, encourages you to go inside, visit the Tourism Regina booth that's in there, and enter to win a prize package, which encourages visitors that are here right now to come back to Regina again in the future. If you go to the one at the Royal Saskatchewan Museum, for example, different experience. It prompts you to go inside and ask for a sticker. So the sticker is designed with one of our pins and a little nod to Agribition, with Scotty wearing, Scotty's our T-Rex at the Royal Saskatchewan Museum, wearing a cowboy hat. So it's a nod to the T-Rex and a nod to Agribition. And there's two others in the city, both designed to encourage spends at those locations. So at the casino, that one is encouraging people to go inside and they can redeem a gift card there to participate and play. And at the Science Center, similarly, a gift card experience. But all of the pins are designed to encourage people to go into the location they're at and discover the other locations.
Great. Sounds exciting, sounds interesting. I was wondering, would, sort of talking about this in Q2 of next year in terms of how it's going, would that, putting out a motion for a report on that and maybe tying in with what Councillor Fro was looking for, would that make any sense? Or would that be a big make-work project? Is that kind of the timing you're looking at to come back and report on how this is going?
Thank you. Through the chair, we do an annual report on the ECT fund itself, so we'll come back annually on that. On the PIN project, I would offer we could just provide a memo to council with an update. I think that sort of informal update would be,
sure,
if you're okay with it, reasonable.
Yeah,
we're happy to report on it because we are tracking it and excited about it and hoping to continue to grow that for major events.
Okay. We're not co-branding this with any private businesses, are we, at this point?
Thank you. Through the chair, no.
Can you give us an indication of what this is costing to set up around the city?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, I believe each pin is around the $24,000 mark. But I would offer the context of normally, previously, past Tourism Regina would have spent that on a decor kit and it would have been garbage afterwards. Yeah. These pins will be reused repeatedly, we're hoping for years. So awesome. Short-term investment, but hopefully long-term payoff, and we won't have to continue to reinvest in them.
And how many do we have?
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Orban just helped me out there. We have 4 currently, but as budget allows, we'd like to create a few more so that we can just pop up at more of our major attractions.
So I would suggest to you, your budget would allow more if we went after the funds from our partners around the city, private companies who would love to brand with us. So we're spending $100,000 now. You could double that easily if you talk to a few of our partner companies, get the private sector involved, if that's appropriate. And visitations, I guess, would involve the private sector, so I don't see why not. I don't see why we couldn't co-brand with some of these, have, the business right on that.
Thank you. Through the chair, you have anticipated something we will come forward with, I hope, next year. We're updating our sponsorship policy for the entire city, and we'd like to come back to council with that.
Super.
To get your input and insight on that. So that is work that is underway. We don't have a date for it yet, but I believe in 2026 we'll be able to come forward with some suggestions on that.
Thanks, Jennifer. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Sickles. Councillor Zakiniak.
Thank you. Excuse me. So some of the questions from my counselors actually gave me some new questions. So I was wanting more information about the economic impact, and you briefly touched on that. And then the question was, do we, I guess, just to make sure I understand, economic development in Regina, are they also capturing some of these numbers? Because I heard you say we're not necessarily utilizing their data. Are they getting their own data and then we are separately getting our data? Through the chair.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll be honest, I'm not exactly sure if EDR tracks events specifically or not. We don't work directly with them on events specifically for economic impact. We work with Tourism Saskatchewan on events.
Okay, so as a starting point, could we maybe, do you think, like, would it make sense to check in with them to see what they're doing? Maybe they're not doing this, fine, but if they are, perhaps we can collaborate with them in a better way since we provide them all their funding. Perhaps this is outside of what they're doing, but just to make sure we understand if there's any duplication.
Thank you. Through the chair, absolutely, I can ask them. To date, I am not aware of them doing this on events specifically. They are geared towards attracting investment and residents, not visitors. And so I believe that we are operating like different streams of economic impact tracking right now, but I can double check with them, absolutely.
Okay, great. Now, excuse me. With these economic impact calculations, is there any opportunity to further break down, well, I guess two things, to further break down these numbers in terms of where, I would assume so, because we calculate where this impact comes from. So I think it would be interesting to know what's the breakdown of this economic impact with whatever information we do have. Would that be possible in a future report? Do you need more information about this request?
Thank you. Through the chair, are you, I guess, yes, I'd like some clarity around what you're looking for specifically.
So I guess as an example, Vanier Cap was 4,470,988. What's the breakdown of that? Where is some of that, I guess, like, first of all, what is that comprised of and to where, whatever we know. And I also think it would be helpful in this report in the future to explain a bit how these numbers are calculated so folks have confidence that this is the methodology that was used. So the methodology and then also where that money's going to in our community. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, you, as well as your fellow councillor, have also anticipated work we're going to do. So we actually have a meeting set up with the Regina Hotel Association and Tourism Saskatchewan to walk through their algorithm to better understand exactly what inputs result in what amount of estimated economic impact. But like I said, there are a number of inputs, number of days of the event, number of hotel stays anticipated, participants, visitors. So some events attract a lot of visitors to watch the event, like spectators, but some are just participants. All of that's included. They anticipate how many number of meals will be spent or eaten in the community at hotels versus maybe on site. So if it's a large volleyball tournament at the Real District, they might not leave the Real District. So that's a different estimate than if they were to go off site. There's a number of inputs. So yes, we can include some more detail on that. It exists, but we can bring it the next time we bring this report forward for sure, so there's a better understanding. And we are also working with Tourism Saskatchewan. We've asked them to choose a couple events next year as well to do a debrief on so that we can get together with them to say, okay, we did all these inputs, we had the event, did the inputs align with what we actually saw in reality? So
that's great.
They do some of that work as well.
Okay, perfect. And then, so there was the request about considering, and you mentioned some possible ways of doing this, ways to ensure that additional revenue comes specifically back to the city. And then there was another request of, are you doing that work? And you said, no, but we could. So would it then be appropriate for us to bring an amendment right now saying, like, yes, please look into that? And I think for me, what the timing is like I'm happy to hear like what would work for you timing wise, but I think that we need to be looking into, as mentioned, other ways aside from property taxes. This should be an ongoing focus of ours to ensure that we're getting additional revenues into the city. So would you like an amendment so that like you have the actual council direction to go forward with that work? Like, how do you suggest we proceed?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm going to start this answer, and then I might hand it off to my colleagues further down the table for more suggestions. I would start with saying I have only one caution on this, in that we talk a lot about price point of events, price point to get people to attend events, and one of the ways we could recoup more money would be to add fees onto tickets, for example. But we've seen already a bit of a crunch with ticket prices for things like Rider Games or Pat's Games or that sort of thing, where the surcharges are already significant. So doing another surcharge on events could be a challenge. The other thing is when we are bidding on events, so asking, say, the event organizer who's accepting money from us to come here and do the event, I mean, they're requesting 3 levels of funding because they need that to be operational. So they wouldn't then be able to turn around and direct money from the event back to us. So we're looking at charging probably spectators more, and that could result in less ticket sales. So that's my only caution. In terms of how we should proceed to move this forward, if we wanted to, I would suggest we need to do maybe a jurisdictional scan first before we decide if it's even a good idea. But Mr. Nickel and Mr. Anderson, I think, might have some comments.
Mr. Nickel?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Zakiniak, what I would suggest is that you confer with the clerk as to an appropriate motion in this regard. This could entail a significant amount of work, not to mention the fact that we need to ensure that all of council is looking to do this. It's just normal procedure practice. So, but I think a motion, from my mind, would be appropriate if that's what you choose to do, and then give Ms. Johnson and her team enough time to come back and compile this. Because there are lots of implications. We all know the price point on tickets is starting to pinch a lot of people, and therein lies another reason why the city's involved in some of this.
So, sorry, just for the sake of clarity, you said to connect with the clerk, that's fine. I don't have to try and do this right now, but in my mind, this could be an amendment at the council meeting then.
Yes, I would respectfully suggest that, talk to the city clerk, and if there's a way to appropriately move that next week when this comes to council, that would be, I think, the best way to proceed for administration.
Yeah, that sounds fine. And I mean, also just for clarity, so you had mentioned, one of them is a surcharge on tickets. Perhaps there's other ways, like, I don't know. But this is, I think, where you said if you were doing a jurisdictional scan, that would help to tease out if there are other things that other communities have found to ensure that the city directly is benefiting more from these events. Is that accurate?
Thanks. Through the chair. Yes. Mr. Anderson, did you want to add your piece of context?
You don't have to, Mr. Anderson. Was that a no?
Through the chair, yeah, I think, as a city, we'd be very interested in this conversation. I'm just wondering where and when and the timing and the resourcing around it, that's all.
Well, and that's where, like, if we take a week or, I'm not bringing something right now. If it's next week, then we could come up with a timeline that is appropriate. Like, even, I'm not saying this is the case, but even with the report back next year for the events, conventions, and trade show report, if it needs that much time. Perhaps it doesn't, but we can figure out a timeline that's appropriate. Okay, so I'll leave that for now. My next question is, and also for the record, if anyone else wishes to run with that amendment, please feel free. I won't feel offended for next week. So the next piece is, so the 130,375 is what's currently projected as the reserve ending balance. But I think you mentioned there's a to be determined event in there. When will you have clarity on what the actual ending balance for 2025 is?
Thank you. Through the chair, we hope to have clarity by the end of 2025. However, the event we're bidding on, we're at the mercy of their decision-making process. And so they have indicated they would like to let us know by the end of this year, this calendar year. And so we're hopeful to know by then.
And then with whatever is left from the budget and the reserve would then be used to offset additional expenditures in the events, conventions, and trade show budget. in the future. However, we won't know in advance of
30 seconds.
setting the
Councilor
mill
Speaker.
rate for 2026, it sounds like, what the end balance will be in 2025.
Thank you. Through the chair, no, we won't know that in time for those conversations. However, the funds that would be left over in the reserve fund would carry over to the
Right.
reserve fund, so it wouldn't impact the mill rate conversation.
Okay. Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you. All right. I do have a couple questions. First of all, thank you for the report. Some really great numbers there. Now, as we look at future funding criteria, could we include metrics on social impact? And I'm mainly wondering this because as we've talked about methods of collecting more revenue, there was a lot of conversations around doing that through the cost of attending events, which is it's great. However, I'm interested to see how that would impact folks in our community that otherwise wouldn't be able to attend those events. So just making sure that we are finding ways to prioritize events that remain free or accessible to low-income families in Regina.
Thank you. Through the chair, I agree that that's an important component, is having events that people can attend and having lots of events that people can afford to attend. I'm not sure what the metrics on social impact would be exactly. We do track attendance at events, which I think is part of that. We also, not directly related to this, but somewhat related to this, do an annual pulse check on just resident and visitor sentiment in Regina. And so attending and having access to events is part of that overarching sentiment. So we're tracking a very high level trend line on that. Beyond that, I'd be open to other suggestions, but I don't know that I have any answers on that right now.
Sure, yeah, and I'm thinking things related to, as we change the pricing or models of how events are run, just to see attendance rates. Are we seeing more families? What demographics are we seeing at a big picture level? Do we get requests? Because oftentimes as a city councilor, I get requests from schools or from different community members about, do we have giveaways or free tickets or things like that that would remove barriers, especially for like school-aged children or families that may have many large families that otherwise just is cost prohibitive sometimes. So just ways in which we're just through the information that we're already getting or just through the way that we track our events to make sure that we are mindful of who is attending and who is not able to attend, and how we're, whenever possible, bridging those barriers.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think we might have gone beyond the scope of what Tourism Regina is able to do. I would just note that we don't actually host and run these events. So we can ask the organizers for some of this information. In lots of cases, they don't gather that level of detail. They would track overall attendance and that sort of thing, but asking them to do, a study on different price points, demographics, overall attendance, and track that from event to event to event to actually show if there's an impact or difference or change. I'm not sure that they'd be able to, and I do think that's outside of the realm of what we're able to do.
All right, thank you for that. And then I also had a question related to, a while ago we used to have a amusement tax option. I was looking into, could you tell me a bit more about that, and if that's something that's been considered to be brought back or why it was removed?
Thank you. Through the chair, I am not familiar with the amusement tax that might have existed. I'm looking down the table to see if anyone remembers that. Okay, great.
Mr. Nichol?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. There have been numerous discussions over the past few years with Council about certain revenue options, including amusement tax, et cetera, et cetera. And again, there have been other directives from Council for administration to look at other revenue increasing options, some of which Mr. Anderson alluded to earlier. What I would suggest is that perhaps if you're looking for information or want that reinvestigated or refined in some way, work with Councillor Zakidniak in terms of a potential motion next week, because again, there is a lot of information that would need to be dug up. You know, this is tied to, there used to be, or maybe there still is, the tax on theaters. I mean, it gets very, it at one point was very narrow, and there was an interest at some point from previous councils as to expand that. All of that has implications. So I think if that was going to be part of a comprehensive amendment from Councillor Sakidniak or someone else, that would be the way to proceed in this regard.
Thank you for that. I will do that. Now, in relation to what was just mentioned in terms of abilities to do different type of information finding and understanding that EDR is not here, but just trying to get a sense of if we're looking to understand the different economic impacts of things like that, would it be appropriate to work with somewhere like EDR to find this type of information and cooperate that way? Ms. Johnson? Or
Thank you. Well, I'll start and then Jim, thank you through the chair. I think that might be one solution or part of the solution. The amount of detail that I've heard asked for here and the differing types of information that is being requested, I think it would require a number of organizations. So EDR, Tourism Saskatchewan, Regina Hotel Association, because they do charge a destination marketing fee. I think that becomes part of the conversation, and likely probably would require hiring a consultant to compile all of this and do this level of research and analysis would be my guess, but I think Mr. Nicol wanted to answer as well, so
Mr. Nicol?
add to that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Ms. Johnson covered it pretty well. I think that, again, that should be something that you would reflect in your motion to speak with other stakeholders, relevant stakeholders as are identified, because everybody looks at it from a different, potentially, lens, has different impacts. As Ms. Johnson said earlier, I mean, our focus is on the tourism numbers and what that's doing. EDR is looking at more business investment. Tourism Saskatchewan, of course, has a provincial-wide look. Maybe the Chamber of Commerce would be involved. There's lots of different actors in the city who I think we would want to reach out to, but it isn't a simple 2-month exercise.
Is it?
With EDR and the city.
Sorry.
Just FYI.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
So I just, we can probably take it offline. I just want to say for information that that work was done in 2019, broad work from a national and local perspective with EDR, REAL, the city of Regina. So there may be an opportunity to revise that number using existing methodology, just for context. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Phil. All right, and just one last question, out of curiosity, because this threw me back a little bit. The pins that you mentioned, they're $24,000 a pin. Can you just talk a little bit about like the makeup? Because we have 4 of them, we're looking to purchase more of them, and I do like the idea of private partnerships. But just for anyone who might be thrown off, like why are they so expensive? I've seen them around, they're great. They definitely catch your attention, and they're like quite large. So just talk to us through that a little bit, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll pass this question over to Mr. Orban. He can talk about the pin construction because we've talked about it a lot.
Mr. Orban?
For sure. Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, they are large steel structures. So they have a steel base, and then that runs up through the middle and all around. And then there's a product that they use that's as vandalism proof as possible to kind of wrap it with. And so we have the ability to custom wrap them continuously, but the base itself and everything like that is steel fabricated. So, and then there's also we've had like engineered drawings and stuff done. So we know that we obviously have windy days here, and so we want to make sure that they'd be able to withstand that and our weather situations. So.
All right. Thank you for that. That is all the questions that I have. Councillor Trumbull.
To the chair, I just wanted to, Councillor Flores got me thinking about social impact, and maybe the solution is a lot closer to us than we even know. So like we already have with our recreation plan, we have our accessibility pass and our affordability pass, and those criteria you already have to fill out, and the access to pass. So maybe it's as simply as when we're doing events, when our criteria to make sure that they allow those as options. Because we already have the criteria and we already have that, and maybe I will let administration speak to what we have already developed as a city for affordability and accessibility passes. And if we could use those same criteria for our events, then, or be able to lend it to those events or suggest that they're able to use that, that would actually help the accessibility passes.
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you through the chair, and thanks for that question, Councillor Turnbull. I think probably the best approach would be, because I actually am not going to speak specifically to what those passes are and what we're allowing currently, but perhaps Ms. Johnson and I can sit together and see how we might be able to incorporate that. I think our passes are also for specific city facilities or city facilities. So I'm not sure how we would translate that to events that are being hosted by other organizations. But Ms. Johnson and I can take that away and have a conversation.
The Access Pass, which our city does recognize, is a national program, and it's often used for a lot of events. It's used for exhibitions, it's used for Callaway Park, and that pass we have a separate city one, is like a card. So once you're on record for that, it kind of takes away the justification of why you may need something. So Easter Seal or the State of Regina have already done the administrative work. So if we could maybe put an amendment in for when we give a grant out, that they allow those categories access to the events or the same benefits, which just so people, basically what both the City Pass and Easter Seal Pass does is it allows someone with a disability to bring a caregiver for attendant with them for free. Is essentially what both of those programs do. Sometimes they have more or less. The affordability pass is a little bit different, but those already exist, so it would just be simply applying those to our events. So,
yeah, and certainly don't disagree, and I think that without putting an amendment just on the floor, I think if you give Ms. Johnson and I an opportunity to just go away and do the work, I think we can probably figure that out. And for all we know, some of these events may already accept those types of passes, but we will take that away and take that into consideration.
Ms. Johnson?
Thanks. Through the chair, just for a little bit of extra context, in our evaluation matrix, we do have a section for accessibility as well. So when we're evaluating if we are recommending providing funding to an event, that is one of the decision-making factors. So it is considered at that early stage. And then the other thing I'd add is we are talking about events now, and I think most people have in their minds events like the Vanier Cup or spectator events. A large portion of the ECT fund, which we're talking about today, is actually hosting conferences, business events, that sort of thing. Those also drive a huge amount of economic impact to the city, but those aren't spectator events. They're, conference delegates register, attend, and that sort of thing. And many of those conferences do have lots of ways to accommodate for accessibility needs. They're just entirely separate from a spectator event. So I just wanted to make sure we were keeping that in mind as we discuss this.
Absolutely. And I know discussions are happening with the accessibility committee and with administration. I know these conversations are happening about possibly making a to-do list for the events, because just saying is it accessible means so many different things to so many different people. Whereas if we could provide our stakeholders with a to-do list of what, like, we require accessible parking or whatever, is actually very helpful, because so many of these events are run by volunteers and no one's intent is ever bad, but things get missed because you just aren't living it. So if at minimum we could provide a to-do list and check it off, and I know we've had these conversations, that would be very helpful. Anyways, I look forward to the work. I don't think we need an amendment for this, but I look forward to talking to administrations further on this.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Rasevich.
The chair, I just want to reiterate, I agree with Councillor Fro. I think I brought it up before about, is there a way for us to recover some of the fees. I brought that up a long time ago as well. And I guess I look at the Grey Cup. I thought it was $1 million, but it's 1.5.
Thank you, through the chair. It was 1.5. It was a combination of in-kind and cash. And so that's probably where you remembered just the cash portion, but there is an
Right.
in-kind portion as well.
Okay, and I guess I was thinking about that as well in terms of recovery. I mean, the riders, the Grey Cup game itself would be $12 extra a ticket, so we're probably going to generate if it's 40,000 people, almost $500,000 to pay down the stadium. So we'll get an extra 12. So I'm just saying that's something to think about too. So we are recovering some of that money back right away off the get-go.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. You are correct. The stadium itself is the one area where we do charge a surcharge.
Yep.
And that $12 per ticket for any Rider Games, Grey Cup event, that sort of thing goes back to the city and helps pay down the stadium debt. And
Yep.
that is a good model. So
Yep.
when I was referencing earlier the ability to maybe do a tag on to ticket fees for other types of
Yeah.
events, it is an option. It just is one of those options that you have to balance. Does that make then the ticket price not feasible for attendees?
No.
We won't know until we test that market, but I would suggest we've already seen a decline in attendance at some things because anecdotally, people are saying ticket prices are too high.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up the fact that we are going to collect on the Grey Cup. We're going to collect, potentially close to half $500,000 to help pay the stadium down as well. And I guess in terms of what Councillor Flores was talking about, I mean, like I know the board with the Vanier Cup, I mean, they were giving tickets out to certain schools, et cetera. So there were tickets being given. Also with Agribition, I mean, today is, I think, free for everybody. So events do things to allow people access from all over the city for free. So anyways, I just wanted to make that point as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to follow up quickly on what Councillor Rasevich just mentioned. So it's great because I do know like many events do that. So my ask was, do we track that too so we make sure that access is not impacted by any other changes? Not necessarily for us to enforce that folks need to provide free things, but to track and understand how that's already done, whether it's in a way to either incentivize more of that or celebrate what is already being done that's really good. So that was, I think, the main reason for that question. Is like, what are we tracking in relation to the social impact through that? Not necessarily a full demographics report of like every type of the need that is met, but it's more like what is happening, how that would impact our community.
Thank you, through the chair. Well, that is an easier question to answer. So yes, we track that. We try to, the events that we're involved with directly, try to offer a combination of paid and free access. You guys are familiar with the Frost Festival. That is one where we create lots of free opportunities. There's some paid ones, but lots of free so that we have lots of access. I have heard anecdotally that free rodeo night at Agribition is wildly popular. I was telling my colleague, Mr. Doney, that if he's going tonight, he needs to be first in line because it can sometimes be full to capacity on free night within minutes. And in fact, so those types of things are very popular and well utilized.
All right, and we track those, and so we could like have in future reports and understand like a breakdown of how those impact attendance.
Thank you, through the chair. We track the ones that we are involved in organizing and hosting ourselves. The events like Agribition tracks that on their end themselves because that's an event that they're running. So we provide funding to them, but they're doing all their own tracking and metrics. We could request that from them, but that's sort of the division there.
All right, thank you. Councillor Mancinelli.
I've been waiting forever for the question I was about to chime in on to be answered. I was going to mention, if you just look at the chart in front of you for 2025, the grind and Agribition, both really well community known and taken by so many people. So I was just going to say a little bit of common sense analysis, and we don't need a lot of extra paperwork. So it was right there. Sorry, felt I need to talk after I waited.
All right. Okay, I think that is it for everybody. Any other questions? Councillor Fro, would you like to close debate? All right. I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
We need Councillor Rosovich's verbal vote. We didn't get his vote.
Councillor Rasovich, could you please provide your
I
verbal
don't know why I
vote?
did that, but yes.
Okay, in favor?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
All right. All right. So just to note, something just come up for the delegation for item EX 25-115. So we're going to move to item EX 25-110, Piapot First Nation Municipal Services and Compatibility Agreement Amendment for 1101 Angus Street. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Ms. Bryden.
Good morning. Thank you. Through the chair. The report before you is requesting an amendment to an existing municipal services and compatibility agreement with Piapot First Nation related to the urban reserve land located at 1101 Angus Street. Piapot First Nation intends to construct new development on the land and is pursuing a municipal servicing fee waiver for the new construction. As described in the report, municipal service fees are in lieu of taxes, as the nation is their own authority, but the land does have access to city services. Through the report, administration is recommending a 5-year municipal services fee waiver in the amount of approximately $98,000 annually, which amounts to approximately $490,000 for the 5-year period. This represents the additional fee that would have been collected upon the completion of the proposed development. The recommendation is being brought forward for the following reasons. The urban reserve is in the city centre, where tax exemption policies are currently available for land within the city's jurisdiction, and the proposed development will contribute to the revitalization of the North Central neighbourhood. The amendment to the MSCA will also provide consideration to an extension of the fee waiver subject to future City Council decisions. Administration is also committed to continuing to explore options for incentivizing development on urban reserve land more generally through a new program or policy in collaboration with First Nation partners. We are more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Bryden. Can I please have a move the report? Councillor Zakidniak, do you wish to speak to the report? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I first want to just follow up on something you just said, which is about the new program or policy in collaboration with First Nations communities about urban reserve land, incentivizing development. Can you just touch on that a bit further?
Thank you. Through the chair. So in our conversations with Piapot and certainly their request for further beyond a 5-year exemption, we wanted to take a more holistic and full picture view of that process. And so we want to have a holistic conversation with all of the nations that may be involved and how we would take in different types of developments in different areas of the city all together in that approach to draft a policy rather than have a one-off type of program.
And so you'll do that work and that consultation, and then you would come back to council at a later date with a new proposed policy with your recommendations. Is that right?
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, that's correct.
Do you have any sense right now on how long that process will take in terms of the engagement? Like, I know it's an extensive process.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. No, we're going to begin engagement early in the new year if this is approved by council and work through the process. So I don't necessarily have a timeline that we'll bring that back.
Okay. And so the fee, just for the sake of clarity, so the fee that is to be waived is money that we're not currently getting right now, right? Like in the report, what I read is we are getting 23,400. We will continue to get that. Due to this development, the 98,270 is new money. So, you know, I know there's lots of concerns right now in terms of finances, and that's fair. So this is new money, the 98,270, and as you noted, is aligned with what we are already offering otherwise for development in the city center. Is that all accurate?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, we certainly have the city center incentive program, which does allow for tax exemptions. This land would be eligible for that tax exemption. The difference is that it's an urban reserve and not just a regular commercial property. So we currently receive, for the development that's already on the land, approximately $23,000. And this would be an additional with a new build.
Okay. And then, so there was some information, I was hoping that someone from Piapot would be here so we could ask more details, because I'm excited. I'm excited about this potential development as the councillor for North Central. I mean, I think it's clear for folks in general, like what that reinvestment in that community is necessary and helpful. Do we have any additional details beyond what's in the report about what's proposed there? Do we, so A, that one, and then B, what, and if anyone can speak more to just the potential impact of this proposed development, or this development in North Central?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll start. So I would say in terms of impact, a new construction in North Central certainly helps revitalize and add to community in that sense of place. In terms of details or more information related to the actual build that is taking place, I'll refer that question to Ms. Dawson.
Ms. Dawson?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. We've had some preliminary conversations about the build. We don't have too many more details than what we've provided with in the report. Yeah, certainly exciting to see new development in the city centre and in the North Central neighbourhood for sure. Anytime we can develop on vacant property is an opportunity for the neighbourhood to see new services, new opportunities, you know, for growth in business area and residential. But this one's particularly going to be focused on business from what we understand.
Great, thanks. And I guess on that note, because this is an urban reserve, it says in the report, the city does not actually, although like I'm interested to hear more about it, the city does not actually authorize or approve development or building permits on urban reserves. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
And so we know that there's a report coming back at some point in terms of additional incentives for urban reserve land. We also know that they had requested an additional waive of the fees. And so it mentions in the report that that would just be considered at a later time. And so would City Council just get a report back if there was one in 5 years from now, a request for an additional waiving of these fees with the recommendations from administration? Like, will there be a report back either way for this future council in 5 years, just for the sake of clarity?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, there would be a report that would have to come forward to council to approve, similar to this one, to approve an additional 5 years.
Or if for some reason administration recommended denying that request, it still would need to come back to council for approval.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, it would come to council for approval. I think the only thing that would maybe create a difference is if we develop a policy in that time, and that this would fall into that policy work.
Okay, that all sounds great to me. Thank you. I'm happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Sickles.
Through you, Madam Chair. Could you indicate why the Regina Planning Commission has no direction and no information and no decision-making in any of this?
Thank you. Through the chair. So the city does, in the case of urban reserves, the city is not a regulator in terms of what they build or develop or the zoning. And so this is a tax exemption similar to a tax exemption and just comes straight to executive committee.
I'm not comfortable with this. I'm generally in favor of using the levers of tax reductions to get businesses to invest. We hear nothing but complaints when private owners ask for them. And here we are talking about it. I didn't get a chance with my colleagues on the Regina Planning Commission, which I share, to talk about this. I think it should go through there first to have a fulsome discussion. What's going to be built there?
Through the chair. So just to provide some additional insight, Councillor Siklis, we currently have a policy that allows for tax exemptions, 5-year tax exemptions in the city center.
Understood.
So
Yeah,
if there was a new construction occurring on the lot next to this first urban reserve, or not first urban reserve, this urban reserve, they would be eligible already for a tax exemption under the city's policy. So this is very similar. It's just on an urban reserve. The Regina Planning Commission does not have authority over incentives. So just for that clarification as well. We understand that the nation they're still working through exactly what's going on here, but we do understand that it is a commercial office type space. I don't think Ms. Dawson has anything further that she can add.
So what you're telling us is there's rules for some and rules for others. It's not the same rules when they don't go through our regular channel of the Regina Planning Commission. What's the point?
Sorry. Councillor Mancinelli.
He's already explained that this is the normal procedure for this. That question was clearly answered. To create contention when there is none isn't proper for this room.
So
I
didn't
would
hear the
agree with
last
that
part.
point of order.
Can you repeat that? Jason, I didn't hear you, buddy.
I was saying we're creating contention when there actually was none. The administration explained that this is the same process for either like properties, and it was clearly explained. So it's not one for one and different for another. It explained already it's the same for same. So when the answer is answered and it's not contentious, we go with the answer given unless it was wrong. So you replied afterwards saying that it's different circumstances for different uses. That was different from the answer given by administration. So I just wanted to point out that's not real.
Okay, well, I said I'm in favor. Oh, sorry, am I on? I'm in favor of giving tax breaks to get development going in the city, obviously. I'm a big fan of that because we don't have any other levers to pull, really. It just seems odd that they're dealing directly with the city, and I think it's our job to, that's why we were elected, to run the city with your help. So sounds to me like whatever you decide, we have to go with, unless there's a democratic process. Is there a democratic process involved here?
Councillor Siklis, they have clarified that, and the report itself does talk about the reason why it is the same process, but I think I just want to be careful about misrepresenting
Sure.
this.
Can you tell me which part of the report I missed?
Ms. Bryden?
Through the chair, the process for development on urban reserve land is different than regular land within the city. That is true. The city does not have a regulatory authority over urban reserve lands. And so we have partnership with those urban reserves, and we have municipal servicing agreements. Under the legislation, they are not required to pay property taxes. They enter into agreements with us to support the city services. They're not required to. So this is a from a development perspective, it is a different process. From an exemption or a tax incentive process, it is different because it is a municipal reserve, an urban reserve. They don't pay property taxes. They're requesting an exemption to what they would pay for property taxes for their new development.
Okay. That's pretty standard stuff across the country?
Through the chair, I believe this would be standard across the country, yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fro.
Just quickly, through the chair, am I correct to read that after the 5-year exemption period is over, that we would receive somewhere around $100,000 in revenue annually? And am I further correct that through those 5 years, we'll still see some fees associated with sewer, water, or other sort of special charges?
Ms. Bryden.
Through the chair, you are correct. The only thing I would add is if the nation comes back and requests the additional 5 years and we bring that report to council, they are requesting longer than just 5 years. So that would come to council for consideration at that time, unless we have a policy that is developed and approved by council that would include any additional requests that they may have.
Thank you. And while we're still reasonably new here, is it fair to assume that because Pipeline Nation is a nation, that there are some sort of unique characteristics associated with working in a nation, and that like might there be some sort of constitutional aspects perhaps that are sort of maybe beyond our control? I mean, I think I've heard you say that this is fairly common across the country, but municipal government to Indigenous nation, is that a fair characterization for those of us that are new here?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Councillor Bezo.
Thank you very much through the chair. Understanding that we do have the tax exemptions and different developments all over the place. The question is more structured around the contractual obligations set forth in the contract that was provided, and the specific outside of policy making perhaps fee waivers for this particular contract that is not in policy for the rest. So in a bigger picture, what will impact, if this goes ahead, what precedence is that setting forth for anyone else that wants the same fee structure already in existence and renegotiating the same contract?
Thank you.
And a dollar value tagged to it.
Yeah. Thank you. Through the chair. So as I've said before, for development outside of urban reserves within the city, we do have certain incentives in place already that are established through policy. This request is in line with what those existing policies are, which is why we're coming to you with 5 years. And why we're suggesting that if there was an extension, that it would come back to council. And also why we're suggesting that we would work through the development with the nations of a policy and how we would consider those moving forward. This is new development, so we're making a change to an existing agreement. We do have other urban reserves in the city. And I expect that if those other urban reserves were doing new developments, that we would be coming forward in light of the fact that we don't have a policy, which is why we want to go away and do some work. So we're not bringing one-offs forward to council.
Can I ask for in camera for a minute on the contract aspect of this?
Sure, I just need a motion to move to in camera. Oh, sorry. Yeah, done. Anyone's opposed? Councillor Zakitniak? Councillor Zakitniak is opposed, but no, it's just for the record. We will go. All right, I just want to note that we went in camera to receive confidential informations in relation to the contract, but no decisions were made. It is also 10:32, so before we proceed with the rest of Councillor Bee's time, we're going to move on to our mandatory 15-minute break. We'll see you at 10:47. Thank you, everyone. Councillor Visa, you have about 4 minutes of your time left.
No, thank you. Everything was, through the chair, thank you. Everything was clarified. I'm fine.
Thank you. Mayor Baczynski.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. So I'll start with, I was in some of the meetings with Piapot and Chief Fox, so I think I can give some context to some of that conversation. I want to start with, Piapot doesn't have to build this. They don't have to build something in the city. They're choosing to. They want to. They want to as a part of their community, as a part of North Central and what that would mean for that area. So we talk a lot about private investment and how we're looking for private investment. This is local private investment from a local nation that we have and we're building a good relationship with. So I hope we can reflect a little bit on some of the conversation and provide the same respect to this relationship as we do with other developers that come forward that also want us to help them out with incentives, the same incentives that have been offered to other developers that are being offered here. So I want to start with that. This is a development that I believe can help North Central. Piapot would be taking a chance. The commercial aspect of this that they're looking at from the conversations that we were talking about, they're taking a risk, they're taking a chance on our city in putting something in an area that would be fantastic in terms of a commercial opportunity in a building. But people have choice to where they go. So they're trying to secure tenants and they're trying to make the numbers work for who they can get as tenants in this space. So this is part of this. They are operating in this capacity as a business to try and put something in place that would be beneficial to the community. So I just wanted to provide that context and make sure that we're treating this relationship with the same respect that we should treat every relationship with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Baczynski. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood this properly. If another business entity invested parallel block to this, they decided to build Hill Tower number 5 there, would they be up for the same kind of incentive?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, they would be, a similar incentive would be available to them.
What about like maybe a brand headquarters, that one too?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, so this is just good business that's coming across then.
Through the chair, yes.
One more question. This is a sovereign nation. That's their land. They're within the city limits. They, of their own free will, participate by paying equivalency of property taxes to be part of our city. And what they're asking is, hey, is it okay if for 5 years we don't like willfully give you the money in good faith and pick up after that? They don't have to pay property tax. They do that of their own volition, correct?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, urban reserves enter into these municipal servicing agreements with municipalities to establish that agreement, yes.
Yeah, okay. I just thought it was of note that they're doing that, you know, of their own free will and willingly and want to be part of our community and wanting to invest in our community. And I thought that's really where to pay attention. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. I see nobody else. I just have a quick comment and just a question. So first, I think this is a great win for economic reconciliation. I think it really supports Indigenous sovereignty, and it's an investment in a priority neighborhood. I think we need to see more investments like that in neighborhoods like North Central. It's going to be something really good for that community, and I agree with Mayor Baczynski and what other councils have said. They don't have to do it, and they're coming to the table to support the making that community great. So with that, because that development aligns with the revitalization of North Central, so beyond this fee, this waiving, are we like, how are we working in other ways to make sure that this project succeeds?
Thank you. Through the chair. So I other than this actual work with the nation, I don't believe we would be supporting them in any other capacity.
Okay. All right. Okay, that is it for me. So I think there are no other questions from members of council. Yeah. Councillor Sakinian, would you like to close debate?
would like to, yeah, I have some more comments. I guess to follow up on that last question, though, you did say that you are working on a report with First Nations in terms of like what other mechanisms we might utilize to support, I don't know if this is the right phrasing, development on urban reserve land, or what, can you just remind us again of what you are working on in that regard?
Thank you. Through the chair, upon approval of this report, administration will seek input and work with the nations within the city to establish a development incentive package, if you will, for the urban reserves within the city.
Great. Okay, so I hope what the overall tone of this conversation has been is that there is a great deal of support for this and a great deal of appreciation for the investment by Piapot and desire to continue to develop on urban reserve land, and also desire to revitalize North Central. So I hope that's been, that's what I perceive as the overall tone of this conversation, and I hope that's what's come through today, because I believe that this will get overwhelming support from council. And so that's all I wanted to say to close. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sukidniak. Can I please ask the clerk to start the vote?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
All right, we will, just 1 second. Okay, I would now like to call upon Delegation Paul Morose from KGS Group. Please, just wait till you get seated. Thank you. All right. So please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that committee members may have for you.
Thank you. I'm Paul Moraz. This is John Aston. We represent KGS Group, and we are active developers in the city of Regina. So I'll just jump into our presentation to restate where we are. We are active real estate developers in Regina with over 40 years of collective experience and management of over $500 million in local projects. We're here in support of this report and the underutilized land strategy. We're encouraged by many of the initiatives intended to encourage infill development. As noted in our written submission, infill building and development historically have been difficult in the city of Regina for a variety of reasons, such as uncertainty around zoning, servicing, and marketability. In general, it is riskier to build on an infill basis than in a greenfield environment. It is easier for a builder to grow success in the greenfield environment as the land developer undertakes all the financial and approval challenges and ultimately outputs a zoned service lot upon which a builder simply needs to pay a deposit and submit for a building permit. The difference between infill and greenfield development is that in greenfield, there is a land developer overcoming significant hurdles and undertaking significant risk to create land parcels. There is no infill land developer. We think there would be greater infill opportunities and significant financial benefit to the City of Regina if the City of Regina operated as an infill developer. Building of the work of the ULIS strategy, the municipal infill developer could work hand in hand with city administrators and the development industry to create and market shovel-ready infill land. Financially, the more development we have on infill lands, the more taxes we gain. How do we get more taxes? Build more buildings on infill land. As an example of what we're thinking, consider 2255 Angus Street at the corner of Angus and 15th Avenue. Prior to 2011, this was a parking lot. The owner of the parking lot stumbled and struggled to redevelop the parcel. Eventually, in 2012, a 48-unit apartment building was built, and the relative increase in taxes was a multiple of 5. $17,000 for the parking lot and $75,000 for the apartment. Currently, there are 3 similar-sized parking lots immediately adjacent to this apartment. If we could elevate those parking lots to a shovel-ready state, we could attract a builder group or group of builders and build another 150 units and earn an estimated $175,000 in annual taxes for the city, all within one city block. I note at the time that apartment was built, the builder declared they would never build infill again due to the challenges that they faced. That was many years ago. The city operating as an infill developer is not a new idea, and examples exist from other municipalities. We think there is municipal and industry support for this initiative, and we think this idea is worthy of pursuit by the City of Regina. Thank you for your time, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for that. I would look to my colleagues for questions. Councillor Burton.
Thank you for the presentation through the chair. As you described the municipality, acting as a developer, I have confidence in the team that we have here and the people that are ready to do some of that work. But we are government, and that leads us to being questioned, double-checked. Question?
Question, please.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, this is the preamble. So as we are questioned and double-checked by people, might that not be a hindrance? Is that you feel we are more nimble and can do things, but other people suggest that government is cumbersome and slow-moving and problematic, and also leads to community feedback loop, if I want to call it that.
Through the chair, indeed, this is government. It is slow-moving. It's bureaucratic. But in the absence of that, I don't know what else we have. There's no infill developer. If the city could operate as a developer, we would have more infill development. The city is slow-moving and bureaucratic for good reason. There's good regulations. Everything must be done well and appropriate. Quite frankly, I don't think there's any way of really overcoming that unless you have a better idea.
Just to add to Paul's comments, I think there's maybe different ways to deliver that as well, like some contract services or some other way of supporting the city with other services. So maybe that's an option that can be explored as well. So.
Okay. And to jump onto that, there's certainly, we've had thoughts about that sort of environment where there could be contract services. That said, when those contract services are in place, the contractors are still obliged by municipal regulations.
Okay. Thank you. No, I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Councillor Zakidniak. I'm sorry, Councillor Pro.
I'll save my joke. It's not Halloween. Through the chair. Thanks, guys. My question is, in light of the challenging fiscal environment we're in, we're undertaking a process to decide what city government should do and not do, but we're also interested in looking at revenue levers. So my question to you is, explain for us that are new a little bit about the multiples that you speak of, and while there may be some capacity or initial costs, what we might expect as a return. So my question to you is, how should we look at this by way of ROI and as a revenue lever, if at all?
Certainly, through the chair, I'll give you the most simple example, and I can speak to this from personal experience. Prior to COVID, we built we did the simplest model. Little house, big lot in Cathedral, south of the new school, great location. 50-foot lot, tear down house, paid $200,000 for the whole lot and house, put up 2 single-family homes, architecturally attractive, and the increase in taxable assessment to the city of Regina was $700,000, $200,000 to $900,000, just by intensifying that parcel by 1 unit. We had to pay $15,000 for a new water and sewer connection. If we didn't put a new water and sewer connection in, which is municipal infrastructure, we don't get to build those houses. This was at the time. I'm not sure that's the case anymore. We have to enter a servicing agreement. We have to undertake risk with the contractor, and these are all for municipal services. If I'm the municipality and somebody says to me, for $15,000, you can get 100 years of additional tax assessment, I'm going to do that all day long.
Great.
Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, it's great. My last question is not about the model as to whether it's in-house capacity or contracted work, but I believe you spoke in your package perhaps about some of the complexities associated with mapping and understanding water and wastewater capacity. Can you let us know from your perspective the difficulty associated with that as a developer or builder vis-a-vis maybe the city being a more appropriate entity, given that we have a lot of that data and knowledge in-house? Some we don't, but some we may.
Yep. So certainly, over the years, the city's significantly improved the knowledge available around infrastructure capacity on city services. In the greenfield environment, the builder doesn't care, because the builder understands that when he gets a service parcel, it's already there. On the infill side, those conversations or that information isn't quite readily available. Historically, it's been difficult to get that information, but to the credit of city administration, they've advanced quite significantly over the years in terms of providing that information. Still think there's room to grow, but it is quite a bit better than it used to be.
Thanks, guys. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Frau. Councillor Zakidniak.
Finally, I'm just teasing. Thank you. So my first question is, I understand that there was engagement with interested stakeholders in terms of this review of the underutilized land strategy. So your new group that you have, the development industry group, was that entity consulted as or engaged as part of this consultation process?
So through the chair, that I think members of that group would have been consulted. We certainly were. People in the development industry were. That development industry group is a little bit of an informal, I don't know, almost a think tank where we've brought some people together to talk about city building ideas. Mm-hmm. Well, Deb and her team and Luke and Heather, they spoke directly to that group. I'm not sure it was like officially a consultation process, but it was certainly appreciated by the folks in the room.
Okay. And so how long has this think tank existed?
June. We've met 4 times.
Yeah.
Sorry, did you say June?
June.
June, okay. And so it sounds like right now there's not like it's a new entity, and members of the group are engaging with administration, but there's not necessarily a formal back and forth in terms of what this group is coming up with and engagement with city administration. Is that accurate?
That's correct, yeah.
Will you be pursuing that in the future?
So essentially what we're doing is we'll bring a developer, like it's a lunch and learn sort of environment. We'll bring a developer in to speak about a project, and hopefully other developers can learn and city folk can learn about what they're doing. And likewise, we'll bring somebody in from the city to speak about initiatives such as the EULA strategy, and the people in the room can learn from that. It's kind of a learning environment, idea sharing.
Okay. Also, so just to clarify your presentation, as you noted, you're in support of the report, but also you are recommending an additional step, which is for the municipality to operate as a developer. So are you meaning essentially for the city to have like a land development arm?
So the city has a land branch that
Right.
is head up by Chad Judlick already. He might be on the line here, I'm not sure. Hi, Chad. And Chad can maybe speak to this, but his responsibility is for city-owned land, and Chad's doing a phenomenal job on advancing approvals through those lands. What our suggestion is not necessarily on specifically city-owned land, just land in general, independent of ownership.
Yeah.
So if there's better information around a parcel of land so that when a potential builder or developer wants to pursue a land investment, they can show up at City Hall and glean as much information as possible prior to making the investment, which is often very risky.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that clarification. I think what the distinction is some municipalities have like a land development corporation, right? That's the distinction of what's different from, I think, what you're proposing versus what we currently do. Is that accurate?
I think what we're proposing is through some mechanism to remove hurdles to allowing those underutilized lands to be developed.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, sorry. I think what we're proposing is to basically remove hurdles to having those underutilized lands developed.
Mhm.
So things like certainty around servicing or zoning and those kind of things. So I don't think it's necessarily municipal land development corporation. It's sort of more enabling, I'll say.
Okay.
And I'll just jump in and correct. I mean, there, many municipalities have land development corporation. City of Regina does not.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate that clarification for me. I think, would you be open to continuing to have conversations with city administration? Because I think that would be helpful in terms of you're gathering this group of folks together and sort of bringing a summary of those thoughts to administration as a starting point.
Yes, essentially that's our goal for today, is just to get the conversation rolling. Like, there's many details to work out, like it's a bit quirky, but we embrace the conversation with them and we look forward to it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Siklis.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Paul. Thanks, John, for coming in. KGS Group is headquartered in Ward 2, so I'm a big fan of your firm, obviously, and I know everybody there and your principals, and you're doing good work, and thank you. Thanks for trying to take the bull by the horns on this one, and thank you to Councillor Zakidniak for those good questions. I don't think you're trying to create some bureaucratic organization here. I think, you know, with a small city that we have and the good people that we have in land development, we can continue those conversations. There are a number of municipalities across the country that have reduced red tape and tried to accelerate infill. Can you give us an indication of some that you think were successful in doing that?
Certainly, through the chair. City of Saskatoon, a number of years ago, 7, 8, maybe 10 years ago, administration, a few councillors, development industry sat down as a group. I think there was a round table of about 30 people. And they looked at downtown Saskatoon and they said, how can we make development easier in downtown Saskatoon? And they identified, I think it was a list of 60 things that a prospective builder or developer had to go through in order to get a development permit or a building permit. And through some good conversation, they just started stroking lines off that list. Things like transportation impact assessments. Every project typically requires one. And the logic at the time was, why would we do a traffic impact assessment in downtown Saskatoon when we know there's going to be more people, there's going to be more cars, but we're not going to build more roads?
Yeah.
So why would we spend a bunch of time doing that work? As a part of that initiative, the City of Saskatoon put in place sort of an entity inside of City Hall there where a developer could show up, identify a parcel of land, and that entity would go, okay, here's all the information you need to know. Here's where the trees are, here's where the hydrants are, here's where the services are, here's everything. And all you need to do now is make a deal on the land if you so choose, and then go and get your building permit. I don't think that project had the success that it initially intended, but it was, in my mind, it was a very strong step in the right direction.
Would you say that as governors, we don't want to get into, you know, all the details here, and as a person who builds, I'd love to get into the details, but I'm not going to do that here. Isn't it really just a matter of reducing liability?
In terms of developer risk? Yeah, liability is always a thing. A reduction of risk.
Economic liability is what I'm thinking
yes,
of.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Certainly, yeah.
Okay, the rest of the questions I'll save for the admin team. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sickles. Councillor Biza.
Thank you for through you, Madam Chair. There's a few things that really tweaked me. You mentioned the red tape reduction, what Saskatoon has done. What have you seen with Regina? I know you also mentioned like 15K in permits. You know, these are permitting fees, and they're kind of a we need permit fees for stuff like, you know, infrastructure shortfalls with pumping stations, for example. But on the red tape, if you wanted to develop something downtown, can you be very descriptive of what it takes for you to do something, the costs that you incur to do whatever you need to do to get these permits in place, and the red tape that's involved to let you build?
So I'm going to let John answer that, but I will.
That's a tough one.
It is a tough one, but I'll jump in to say, like, to administration's credit, over the years it's become easier. But I think the point of it is, and the why it's difficult, is because we don't necessarily know on every single piece of land. Every single piece of land has its own quirkiness. The zoning might not be right, the services might not be right. There's always some weird, tricky thing that needs to be overcome.
Yeah, sure, I'll take a try at that. Most of the time when a rezoning and a concept plan or a proposal is considered, there might be things like technical things like sewer and water and stormwater that would have to be solved or analyzed to see if it was going to impact the city system and which pump station it would go to and all those kind of things. So sometimes that can become quite a modeling exercise and quite a bit of engineering involved. We just have one that we're working on, not right in downtown, but in the central part of the city, and the list was really quite lengthy. And the one that really, and I'm not here to complain about this, but just the one that stuck with me was modeling to Wascana Creek for stormwater flows, and I thought, like, that's where it's going to go. Like, there's no other, like, I don't know what we would say differently there. So there's some of those that feel like there's a burden on the developer that it's a challenge, and I understand why they're being asked, but I don't know what the solution is.
Can we just back up 1 second? Like, some things that you're telling me is, like, it's very complex here. Like, when you're talking about modeling rain events, so we're talking about the 1 in 500 year rain events.
Yeah.
So if you want to develop a small lot at the corner of what you mentioned, Angus and 15th, to put a small apartment building or a low rise, we'll call it a low rise, residential, low rise residential. So let's say we're going to build a fourplex on that lot. You have to model stormwater and rain events?
The one I'm referring to was a little bigger piece of land than that, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, in that instance, I'm pretty sure no.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you don't have to do that in that instance. If the zoning's there, I think you can just apply for a permit.
Okay. So what are you talking about for rain events? Like, this is big engineering tasks, and these are big lifts. So we're talking about the old Superstore lot, or we're talking about something to that effect?
Yeah, something larger like that. Yeah.
Okay.
So, and again, there's some rationale for it, but there's also, to Paul's point about traffic, sometimes it's going to go there no matter what. So I won't belabor that one, but that's just a little example. And then,
sure, I'll provide another example, and this is corner of College and St. John. There's a apartment building that is almost complete there now.
Like, that's just down the street over that direction, over there.
That way, yeah.
Yeah.
And
it's like a condo or something going up there.
Yeah, I think it might be rental, I'm not sure. Good looking building. That land, there was 108 feet of frontage. There were 3 homes on those 3 lots. Realtor had them on the market for a number of years. They were asking far too much for the land value because they were tear downs. And we were interested in those lands, and I'm sure other people were as well. And the conversation at the time was, and again, things have improved, before you buy the land, call the city and find out what's going on with the water and sewer. So you call the city, this is many years ago, and you go, what can you tell me about water and sewer? And the answer at the time was, well, we don't really know. Why don't you go hire an engineer and figure it out? And we go, well, we're not gonna go spend $20,000 or $25,000 on engineering to figure out your services. And then we just walk away from that deal. Eventually somebody undertook the challenge, and now we've got a cool building there. That's an old example. The administration's done have done a phenomenal job over the years overcoming those things.
You want to speak closer to your mic?
So that's an
and speak up a little bit.
Yeah, sorry. That's an old example. Administration's done a great job to get away from some of those things, but that's what it was once upon a time.
So what are you missing out on as far as development? We're kind of looking at this red tape. How much money are you projecting as walking away from infill development?
I don't know. I mean, you can look at it on an individual parcel, kind of like our example. If you've got a parking lot, I think there's maybe 125 feet of frontage there. Parking lot levies 17,000 in taxes. 48-unit apartment building is 75,000. You know, take that difference and multiply it by the number of parking lots, and so that's kind of a general sort of assessment, but.
So let's take Broad Street for an example. Broad between, I guess, would be between Victoria and, what would be? Broad and Victoria going north, both sides of the street. Okay, so if you're a developer coming to the city, what it's going to take to develop that? It's where the joke shop used to be, and
yeah, yeah, certainly that street's seen its better days. There's no question. This is me speaking, but the marketability of that, I think, is a bit tricky. Like, what can you build? What will people buy? What will they rent? But if we could overcome that, I think there's great opportunity down there. I mean, there's 4 or 5 city blocks of underutilized land. What would it take to actually get something going there?
From a red tape reduction perspective, let's talk red tape reduction. We can't control what you're going to do.
Yeah,
we can't control the market. So let's talk about the red tape reduction.
So I think the ultimate scenario, and this might be a little bit fantasy in our minds, but this is kind of where we're going, is if there's a parcel of land, let's say it's where the Travelers building used to be, burnt down a few years ago, 100 feet of frontage on Broad Street. If we were to go identify that parcel as an opportunity, the best case scenario is we would know everything about it before we went and purchased that land. We would know where the water is, we would know that there's wastewater capacity, we would know what the zoning is, we would have all of these things. And that way we have a high degree of confidence in investing. Otherwise, we may not. That's a pretty simple answer to the question. I hope.
Okay, well, it seems very simplistic. It seems like maybe some phone calls and looking at some GIS mapping to that effect. Is that what you're looking for the red tape reduction aspect?
So that a lot of that information already exists. And again, every parcel is a little bit different. But if there were an environment or a platform, a place where you could just go and find everything out, that would be a really great step. What we're sort of suggesting in our presentation here is, what can the city do as a developer to overcome those hurdles and undertake those things to create that land that is shovel ready?
Okay, so what I've heard from the other councillors about the development piece, so the city is in land development right now, and you're talking about a different piece, but then what we're getting some more clarification is specifically some red tape reduction, maybe some investment in technology so we can look at the different layers on a drawing to perhaps.
That's part of it, certainly.
Yeah. Anything else from a bureaucratic perspective? You said, it's big, it's slow, this move is slow. What else can we do to clean this thing up?
We've been made aware the city does have a program of analyzing I think it's just water, or is it water and sewer for individual sites where there's a fee that's available. So that's a new development that I just became aware of. So there is a movement or recognition that that's enabling. So I want to acknowledge that. So kind of accelerating that kind of thinking would be, again, removing red tape. So that would be really good to see. So.
Okay. Is there anything on the permitting process? Is there anything erroneous that stumbles to get through and, you know, you can't get through?
Our recent experience on the permitting process is that it's been quite strong in terms of development permits. I think there's a weak iteration in terms of cycles back and forth between builder and the city folks, so it's actually quite frankly pretty good. That's once you get to the development permit stage. Where our heads are at is getting to that development permit stage. There's many things that there's many steps to be undertaken before you get to that point.
Let's just hypothetically put forward that we have, you know, coming up in the future, a red tape reduction program. Is it something that the public sector, like yourself, being kind of the developer, EPCs, EPCMs, would want to come and join at the table?
Certainly. I think I don't want to, sometimes red tape reduction sounds like we're trying to avoid rules, and that's certainly not the case. There's many good rules in place for a good reason. We have to ensure there's proper water, proper sewer, proper storm. We're not advocating for that, but if there's a way to simplify process, we're completely interested.
Yeah, like when you mentioned through the chair, like the traffic management plan, like I'm going to say that's kind of outside the purview of what a developer would want to do, unless you're developing like a Cargill site where you're affecting, impacting traffic on a larger sector, but you're looking at a small development on a lot. And to put you through that burden of traffic management plans?
Again, on, let's call it the simple model, the little house, big lot, you wouldn't have to do a traffic impact assessment. At some point on a larger parcel, you likely would have to.
Okay. Something you'd be willing to do with us, though?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please, thank you.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vizo. Just to the delegates, if you could speak a bit closer to the mic, I think they're, just have Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think we've been kind of defining what you guys are asking, and I want to see if I got my head around it. So the first piece is you want the city to identify which of its underutilized land is probably most commercially viable for interest for development, so they're paying attention to the right stuff, first and foremost. And then over and above that, you want to provide some surety in what there is there to develop. So you want them to de-risk the parcels that would be commercially viable and pay attention to them first and foremost so they're available for development. And by de-risking, I mean any environmental contamination, any leftover remnants from the previous demolition that might have been on that land, as well as some of these pipes might have been in the ground for upwards of 80 years. So locations aren't so relevant as they might seem until you dig in there. And so you want to make sure the city's putting some resources to making sure that these are ready to go, good to latch on to. Another tie into that would be something like enough capacity to carry density that wasn't there previously. And an example of that might be something like proximity to either Dewdney or 11th Avenue, where there's been an investment for the first time in 100 years. So you know you only have to dig 2 blocks instead of 7 blocks to get the project out of the ground. So the first steps are being taken. Am I understanding you guys correctly through the chair?
Yeah, I think you've encapsulated it pretty well. I think there's maybe a layer of zoning on that as well to make sure that it's maybe capturing the highest and best use available on that site. But I think you've touched on most of the points pretty well there.
Okay. Just because I've been in the chair a bit longer, would I be wrong in saying something like a 1 in 500 year stormwater runoff study is due on a property you're redeveloping because the neighbor beside that property hasn't had anything developed there for the last 20 years, and you might be flooding someone if you don't stop to analyze, even if it is a smaller parcel? Is that kind of an expectation?
Yeah, I think there's an expectation by everybody that properties aren't flooded.
Yeah.
I think our expectation is that that's something that the city undertakes and not the private developer.
So that would be part of getting that lot ready for movement on an underutilized land parcel.
Correct.
Okay, I just
And
wanted to
this-
make
and
sure I
quite
was
frankly,
catching all the broad strokes.
the city's done a great job on the 1 in 500 year event just quite recently.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of reading what you guys are saying compared to the report and a little bit of personal experience. Sounds like we have a red tape problem, but that's not a real thing. We're actually pretty clear on our red tape. It's the investment of de-risking the land that really you're after.
Well said.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I see no more questions from members of council, so I will ask you to return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. All right. Administration will now give a PowerPoint presentation presenting EX20. Sorry, 1 second, please. Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd just like to do an introduction first.
Oh, sure. Okay. We will do that first. Okay, so we will now consider item EX25-115, underutilized land improvement strategy, 5-year review. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Ms. Bryden.
Thank you. Through the chair, the report before you summarizes work completed over the past year to evaluate the implementation of the 2019 underutilized land improvement strategy. It also includes recommended updates to the strategy's work plan, developed in collaboration with stakeholders, partners, to ensure the strategy remains relevant and effective in addressing current barriers and challenges to development on underutilized sites. Some of the key points: the updated strategy integrates all current city projects and programs focused on underutilized site development, providing a coordinated approach to addressing barriers, challenges, and opportunities. The work also included the development of an updated underutilized land inventory, allowing the city to more accurately track development patterns on underutilized sites, a key metric to monitoring the effectiveness of the strategy over time. Overall, this work aligns with several key OCP intensification objectives, as well as city's vibrancy and prosperity strategic priorities. This initiative aims to deliver a balanced, forward-looking approach to encourage investment on underutilized sites, fostering community revitalization. It builds on positive feedback from community partners regarding quicker permitting timelines, more flexible zoning regulations, and dedicated city staff to coordinate development applications, measures that have created a supportive environment and reduced barriers to investment. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Luke Grazier and Heather Kinderman to take us through a brief presentation on the work, and then we'll speak to any questions you might have.
Good morning. So today we're going to provide a brief overview of the 5-year review of the city's underutilized land improvement strategy, or ULIS for short. So just getting right into the background. To advance the official community plans, community priorities, and intensification goals, a 2-step process was initiated in 2017 to encourage development and revitalization on underutilized sites, including vacant lots, standalone surface parking lots, and vacant buildings. So first, the city completed an underutilized land study in 2018. And the purpose of that study was to identify and understand barriers to investment on underutilized sites in consultation with development industry stakeholders. At this time, stakeholders expressed several barriers related to restrictive regulations, approval processes, marketability, and financial challenges, such as difficulty securing financing for an infill project given the risks inherent with that type of development. In 2018, Council endorsed the underutilized land study, and following this, an underutilized land improvement strategy was developed and approved in 2019 to address the development barriers expressed by stakeholders. The strategy includes a work plan of actions to facilitate the development of underutilized sites, promote revitalization in established neighborhoods, and make intensification more attractive and financially viable. So just some highlights over the first 5 years of implementation of the strategy. 12% of the actions have been fully completed, while 78% were advanced and remain ongoing with the intention for them to continue indefinitely. Some key highlights shown on the slide include housing incentive program updates to increase allocations and prioritize capital funding in the city center, north central, and heritage areas. OCP and zoning bylaw amendments to make intensification easier by introducing more flexible regulations and helping to reduce red tape. Removal of an intensification levy that was previously applied to infill developers, and the creation of a dedicated funding source to support infrastructure investments needed to facilitate intensification opportunities. Next, we have the development of the intensification and revitalization incentive programs, which evolved into the current city center incentive programs. And lastly, through stakeholder consultation, new land use regulations for temporary uses on underutilized sites, such as special events, pop-up food services, seasonal greenhouses, were approved to help activate vacant spaces while minimizing impacts on adjacent properties. So I'm just going to share a couple examples of how some of these changes have impacted development in the city. So between 1960 and 2023, 2172 Ray Street was occupied by a single detached home. In 2024, it was demolished and added to the city's inventory of underutilized sites. Based on the city's current zoning bylaw regulations, this site was permitted to be redeveloped into a 4-unit townhouse without the applicant having to go through the timelines and processes of an discretionary use approval. This redevelopment project resulted in a net gain of 3 units on the site compared to what was there prior to 2023. And just one more example. This is a project that was supported by the revamped housing incentive policy mentioned earlier. So 1909, sorry, I skipped ahead there. 1909 Ottawa Street previously consisted of an underutilized parking lot used for a church and daycare constructed in 1963. A building permit was issued in 2023 to redevelop a portion of that parking lot into a 12-unit development consisting of 6 duplexes geared towards women fleeing violence. This project received $300,000 in grant funding under the city's housing incentive program. So just some examples, and I'll now turn it over to Heather Kinderman to take us through the underutilized land inventory.
Thank you. So the city maintains an inventory of underutilized lands, which was first created in 2018 during the study. Currently, the inventory has 188 surface parking lots in the city center and 667 vacant lots in the established neighborhoods. The area with the highest concentration is within our city center, as well as in our heritage and north central neighborhoods. The inventory is maintained by tracking demolition permits, new home builds, and tax and assessment information. To make this process more efficient and less resource intensive, the inventory is in the process of being integrated into our city's permitting software system. One of the key reasons the strategy was developed was because of the reinvestment benefits that happen within the city from redevelopment. Since 2019, sites have been developed and removed from the underutilized land inventory, adding significant assessment and taxable value to the city. Of this amount, 115 of the sites had a really quick turnaround of demos and redevelopment. 47 were chronically vacant, so they were vacant for more than 2 years, which means that these long-standing underutilized sites have been developed into productive land uses, resulting in a total construction value of $97.2 million. the creation of 361 new dwelling units and approximately 75,000 square feet of new non-residential building floor space. Beyond the financial benefits, redevelopment projects make efficient use of all of the existing infrastructure, strengthens our communities by adding new housing, amenities, activity on the streets, promoting that neighborhood vibrancy and revitalization. Here are two examples of some of our long-standing vacant lots that have now been transformed into productive land uses. On 1510 College Avenue had been vacant for 5 years prior to it being redeveloped into a 27-unit development currently under construction. The project received incentives from the Intensification Incentive Program and Revamped Housing Incentive Program mentioned earlier in the presentation, both underutilized land improvement strategy actions. This example demonstrates how the ULIS connects the policy to tangible outcomes in the community, turning vacant lots into vibrant housing developments. It shows that some of the ULIS initiatives may at first be challenging to quantify, but they do have a real impact on the revitalization and the community growth. The second example we have is the new 3-story Ronald McDonald House being constructed at 2100 15th Avenue. This development is being constructed over 4 residential parcels that were vacant since 2012, and they were being used as parking lots before the Ronald McDonald House was approved. So our current project in the last year was to do this 5-year review of the ULIS. It was a strategic action within the original ULIS that required this 5-year review to evaluate the effectiveness of those strategic actions and to provide recommendations to City Council for an updated ULIS. The review consolidated all of the ongoing and planned city initiatives related to underutilized lands under one umbrella. This creates a comprehensive and transparent framework that signals the city's commitment to encouraging investment and revitalization. The review also included stakeholder engagement with industry and community groups to ensure the updated strategy reflects the market realities, current challenges to investment, and underutilized sites and community priorities. The engagement also allowed the city to reflect on the successes of the strategy in addressing barriers to development on underutilized sites and look for those opportunities for improvement. So we reached out to 155 external stakeholders and Indigenous rights holders for engagement to gather feedback on these proposed updates, discuss the strategy's effectiveness in addressing development barriers, and collaborate on ideas for improvement. Initial outreach was through email, followed up by phone calls, one-on-one meetings, and a dedicated workshop. The project was presented and discussed at several meetings with both business improvement districts, and a full summary is within Appendix B of this report. We heard success stories and positive feedback on recent changes within city regulations and processes, particularly the role of the service coordinators in guiding applications through approvals, improvements to permit approval times, and enhancing zoning bylaw flexibility. Other key themes we heard that informed recommended updates to the ULIS included continue to improve access to property and servicing information, further opportunities to promote city initiatives, incentive programs, and success stories in collaboration with those community partner organizations, such as the Chamber of Commerce. Continue and build on momentum in neighborhoods where revitalization is underway, and focus planning and investment efforts into targeted areas consisting of specific blocks or corridors to maximize those impacts. So I won't go over all of the updates, but some of the key ones that are recommended for the updated ULIS are included in Appendix A of the Council report. Many updates were made to align the strategy with current information and to fully reflect all the ongoing and planned city initiatives that support the development on underutilized sites. Some of those highlights are to periodically develop and distribute information and materials such as brochures to business and development advocacy groups like the business improvement districts, to showcase city initiatives, programs, completed infrastructure projects, and planning and permitted resources to support the investment and opportunities on those sites. Next is an action to develop and implement an infrastructure and servicing information program to provide builders and developers with key data such as pre-engineered lot specifications and site-specific servicing information. This is intended to help reduce design timelines, lower costs, accelerate approvals, and improve infrastructure predictability. making underutilized sites a little bit more feasible and attractive for that investment. The last action shown here is to make the city's underutilized land inventory publicly available to support prospective developers in evaluating investment opportunities. This includes a phased approach, initially to focus on developing an interactive map viewer to identify the sites with zoning and other land-related information, and long-term efforts will aim to include verified infrastructure and servicing data to provide developers with comprehensive information on site-specific proposals. Thank you so much. I'll pass it over to Deputy City Manager Deborah Bryden for comments.
Thank you. Through the chair, we're just available to answer any questions.
All right, perfect. So before we ask any questions, can I have someone move the report? Councillor Mancinelli?
No big statements, but straight into a question. Looking at what the delegates came to present today, I'm having to imagine that they were some of the people taking information forward to devise this. Looking at the steps and outcomes, it looks like there's an alignment there, especially with the dispersal of information. Are there any steps they talked about that you aren't implementing? I didn't notice any, but I thought I'd maybe ask.
Thank you. Through the chair, could you just clarify? I couldn't quite hear all of that.
I was wondering if there was any steps that the delegates spoke of that you guys aren't currently implementing. I noticed you have the assembly of information and the disseminating of it. You're figuring out which plots of land to pay attention to. You know, you're kind of following their game plan there. I'm sure there were some of the people you took information from to make this report. Was there any contentious steps or steps you're not implementing or something that's off to the side yet?
Thank you. Through the chair. So I think, you know, the delegates spoke highly about some of the work that administration has already done, and recognizing some of the examples that they gave were, I would say, a few years old. We have done a lot of things to remove the red tape that might not be specifically addressed in the report, that I could certainly highlight if you wanted me to. I can't think of anything that the delegates were asking for that we aren't either moving forward with already, or anything that would be controversial.
Okay. That red tape, just for education purposes, like I participated in some of that, especially with discretionary permits and officials holding up projects for, you know, basically having to feign at them before they get to go ahead. Can you talk about some of the red tape you guys have wound in the last couple of years? Because there was a fair amount.
I can't wait. Thank you very much for that question, Councillor. So, first of all, I'll highlight, you know, a lot of work has been done in the division to certainly advertise that the city is open for business, greenfield and intensification. A lot of the constriction that the city of Regina has had over the years is to do with water and wastewater capacity, and that exists within the intensification area. Recently, the city has done an overall citywide water wastewater serviceability study that helps us understand our city, including the intensification area and the needs. And I can't express enough how important that report is, because when we have that information and then we look at site-specific areas, we can take the entire city into consideration rather than just pinpointing one location. So we've done that work. We've established city service coordinators who act as a concierge service to guide applications through the approval process. Some of these applications can become quite complicated if you are looking at, you know, in the intensification area and you look at a residential building. This isn't necessarily relevant to underutilized sites, but it is relevant to intensification. And you want to convert that residential building to a commercial building. We have put things in place and online to help guide folks when they're looking at those kinds of building opportunities. You know, the city historically has had where commercial development, they want to change what they're doing or need to make some changes on their site, and they have to change their water service, for example. Historically, the city has said if you find redundant water lines, you need to remove those as well, or you need to cap those. Recently, we've said, yeah, okay, that's great if you can cap those for us, and we will pay you that extra cost just to help support those developments. Recently, council approved zoning to allow in primary intensification areas 6 stories as of right within 200 meters of transit routes. In the secondary intensification areas, 4 stories as of right within 800-meter walking distance from an existing or future transit hub. We waive discretionary use zoning bylaw amendment and OCP amendment application fees for intensification projects in the city center. We offer site servicing capacity checks for $1,100, or substantially less than what you'd have to pay an engineer to support applicants considering an infill development project. So what that means is if I've got a single family dwelling on a site and I want to build a larger site and I want to build an apartment building, that we will do that capacity check within our system to ensure that that can occur. In 2021, we changed our discretionary use process for some of those applications where there are not a lot of controversy over them, so that those don't have to go to council. So it shortens that time frame for developers, and from 14 weeks to maybe 7 weeks for that process. And lots of other things moving forward that we're doing, which Mr. Grazier can certainly speak to in terms of those specific sites, what is available for wastewater, water capacity, all of that information. We are working to get that available. I'd love nothing better than to have a map, click on it and go, oh, this is what this building looks like. It all takes time to get together, and we are certainly working in that direction. Mr. Grazier, would you like to add anything?
Sorry, Mr. Nicol wanted to add something.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I didn't mean to jump ahead of Mr. Grazier. I just wanted council to understand that historically there had been lots of criticisms and concerns about how things were so slow and so bureaucratic at the City of Regina in this regard. Ms. Bryden was appointed as Deputy City Manager of this division in 2022 with the direction to fix things, get us out of the way where we didn't need to be, streamline things, and get things moving, because as she's alluded to, we want to be open for development and for business. I think it's fair to say she's done a resounding job in that. The industry is by and large incredibly complimentary to her efforts, and so I just thought it was important that council realize that we have moved the needle significantly over the last 3 years in this regard, and it's largely due to her leadership and the staff that are working under her.
Thank you, Mr. Nicol, and I believe
Grazier.
Grazier needed to add something else. Please go ahead.
Sure, through the chair, I think just kind of piggybacking on Ms. Bryden, I was just going to add a couple more details about the underutilized land inventory and data that we're looking to launch publicly. So the team has an inventory of all underutilized lands throughout the city. And as Ms. Hinderman described, phase 1 of that project will involve launching a public-facing GIS map viewer, identifying those sites, key land use considerations such as zoning and potentially availability of incentives. And then phase 2, as we do some additional work as part of our infrastructure and servicing information program, will be to layer in the infrastructure and servicing capacity information on those sites, maybe such as fire flow suppression needs to support different applications. And if you're interested in seeing what that looks like, the City of Edmonton has a really neat tool called their infill development viewer on their website to give you an idea of kind of what we're looking at in terms of best practices.
If I may, just through the chair, if I could just add to that, 100% that's where we're working towards. A lot of this work is like we're building a brick wall. You have to get the information so you can continue to add and continue to improve and continue to share more information. So I would say the last couple of years we've been busy kind of gathering that information in those bricks, if you will, to help to build that application. So the information and the studies and the work that we've been doing are certainly the information that we need that goes into that type of an application.
Thank you, Ms. Bryden. Anything else, Councillor Mansfield?
That was a lot of information to absorb. Thank you for sharing that. I don't know if I caught it all, so I guess really what I caught was there's a housing crisis on. We're lucky enough to live in a major city with the most economical cost of living across Canada. In the middle of that, you've been working away at reorganizing our underutilized land, and you're open for business. You've listened to industry. You have aligned your policy to match, to interface with it, and you've streamlined, ready to go. So I really appreciate the effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Mayor Baczynski.
Thank you, through the chair. Can you speak a little bit to the intensification, just the additional revenue that brings when we move from something that is demolished, underutilized, and we move to something that is of higher use, higher units?
Thank you, through the chair. So I'll speak a little bit more overall, and then I'm going to refer to Mr. Grazier because he has done some recent work on actual impacts of intensification. I think generally for a city, the intensification area, if we can increase the tax revenue, see new developments, it will help when we come to things like revaluation, where we see taxes in the outer areas of the city increase, because the center is reducing in tax revenue. So if we invest within the intensification area of the city, we see redevelopments, we see increased tax revenue, the overall impacts mean a better, stable tax base for the city as a whole. Mr. Grazier, did that give you enough time to find the information?
Through the chair, yes it did. Thank you. Yeah, so we did, through the chair, do some analysis, hypotheticals, of course, on potential tax revenue, and specifically looking at that lift between what's the tax revenue on a lot that's vacant and the difference between that revenue gain when the lot becomes developed. So just looking at a couple recent examples of the single detached dwellings, you know, you're looking at about $3,400 in lift per unit. And just to put that into some longer term context, last year we added just over 400 units through intensification in our established areas. If that trend were to continue, you know, over the next 25 years, you know, we'd be looking at an overall, you know, tax revenue of close to $63 million over that period, should that trend maintain. And not saying it will, but just to provide, you know, some context there.
Perfect. And on top of that, just can you highlight the utilization of existing infrastructure and the benefits of that related to both, you know, the affordability or the viability of a commercial development and the affordability piece of what that, you know, unit might sell for or rent for?
Thank you, through the chair. So from a city context, when you have an infill development, there is no new operational costs that the city incurs. So we might see increased tax revenue, but we still have to clear the snow on the street. We still have to maintain the street, the curb, the gutter, the sidewalk, all those things. So there's no additional cost, but you do see that tax lift. And sorry, what was the second part of your question?
Just having to not build that infrastructure. So I think you kind of spoke to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. So Yeah, and I guess I just want to close out my piece by saying I'll echo Mr. Nichols' sentiment that I've also heard that we've done a pretty good job of, quote, getting out of the way. So well done, Ms. Bryden and team. I think this is a great progress we've made so far, and looking forward to us implementing all of this work. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mayor Baczynski. Councillor Siklis.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I echo the mayor's comments. Fantastic. Thank you. I think Paul was talking about having some sort of development fantasy. It sounds like it's coming true bit by bit. So thank you so much. I had a couple of questions on the workshop Q&As, if you could shed a little light on a couple of them. One was the pre-application meetings. Could you talk a little bit about that one?
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. So I'll start and then I'll refer this question to Ms. Dawson. But typically when a developer comes forward, or what we like to encourage, if a developer is looking at a parcel of land, and I'm going to, I'll use the property on Broad Street, for example, that Mr. Tory just had rezoned last week. So when he's looking at that parcel of land, you know, what's the best use for that land, or what would the impacts be if he wanted to make changes on that land? I always talk to folks and say, please come and talk to us so we can make sure you have all the right information in hand before you go and invest in a property, or just so you have a complete understanding of all those pieces. And they would book that meeting with Ms. Dawson's team. And Ms. Dawson, would you like to speak a little bit more detailed on how those would look?
Ms. Dawson?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. I think Ms. Bryden's mostly covered it, but it just gives them an opportunity to explore options, to maybe find some efficiencies, to provide information, and really just to make that connection, to make sure that the applicant or the proponent knows that we're there to help them, and if they have any questions, to get them a single point of contact, and to make sure that they're aware of the services that we provide. One additional benefit that we found to having these pre-application meetings is that if the city itself is planning to do upgrades or improvements, we sometimes can align those with development proposals, and so sometimes the sooner that we know something might be happening on a property, the sooner we can align ourselves as well. So we found them very helpful. We've been trying to promote them in the community, so any chance you get, that would be appreciated as well.
I will. We have an example, I think you know the one I'm thinking of someone who went full steam ahead and didn't take advantage of this opportunity and got themselves into a little trouble. They've since figured it out, but it wasn't easy. So I think this is a great option. It costs no more to have a chat with us first, so I think it's fantastic. The second question, and then I'll end, is the effect of provincial and/or federal involvement. Came up in the Q&As as well. So when the secondary suite development grant was announced by the province, was that something that we knew was coming down the line, or was it a sort of surprise?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Ms. Dawson.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I know our local home, or the Region Home Builders Association, they advocated for that significantly. So we knew that there was some advocacy within the community, but it has greatly benefited our applications and the development of secondary suites within our community.
Yeah, especially in Ward 2. I don't know what my council mates have been seeing, but I get lots of questions about that, so it's working. So is there anything we can do to improve or increase the amount of talk back and forth between the three levels of government? And is there anything you need us to do to help you with that?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer that to Ms. Dawson.
Ms. Dawson?
Yeah, through the chair. We've seen significant investment through the Housing Accelerator Fund, and that has helped us out greatly in terms of some of the initiatives that we we're not able to get moving or rolling on our own, so that has helped immensely. So those types of programs that kind of allow municipalities to choose where to best spend the money and which initiatives, those greatly benefit us. Like I said, any types of tax incentives or programs at the provincial or federal level also help us out, or if we can combine some of our programs to align with those. We do that a little bit with our housing incentive program, trying to make sure that there's alignment. And so those things, yeah, we would continue to advocate for and certainly ensure that we're at the table in conversations if there's opportunity for development.
Through the chair, if I may also add, Ms. Dawson brought up the Housing Accelerator Fund. That funding, as Council approved recently, a report that is allowing us to move forward with some of the initiatives that Mr. Grazier was speaking about in terms of providing information about serviceability, creating that application so that we can have that information available about these lots, and also things like the office to residential conversion program, things like that. Those are being funded through that Housing Accelerator money.
Good. Thank you very much for the information. Great work.
Thank you, Councillor Sickles. Councillor Turnbull.
Thank you to the chair. Not to be repetitive, but great work. It's a great report to read, and I also can vouch for the speed of permits from people in the industry. They have nothing but compliments to say about the speed of building permits. I do have some questions. I mentioned the chronically vacant buildings in the report, and I don't think we've talked about it quite as much. So would that be like the box stores and the malls? Let's say in Ward 5 you have the old Winners, which is now moved to the new Winners, and a strategy for those types of buildings?
Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Mr. Grazier.
With our inventory, the chronically vacant buildings are just looked at within the city center as opposed to the city more broadly. So I don't know if it would capture some of the box stores in your ward, but there are some actions within the strategy with respect to investigating barriers and encouraging opportunities for redevelopment within those vacant buildings. And we track those using water connection data.
Okay. Is there movement in the future to go beyond the core? Because it is expanding, and I'm going to use my ward as an example again, because it does stretch from, let's say, the old Winners to the new Winners, from the way long ago Costco to the other Costco. And so how those buildings sort of are getting closer and closer and closer to the things, and what are we doing to the ones on the interior?
So thank you, through the chair. For right now, this strategy is within a certain area, and I think as we see change and improvement in results, and as the city grows and responds, that we will probably extend that boundary. I think a lot of those redevelopments of those existing mall sites, I can't speak to the complete economics of it, but I understand there is a cycle where, a place like Winners, for example, moves out to a newer retail area. They're probably paying, I don't know for sure, their lease rates are probably higher, which in turn does create some space at likely a lower type of a lease rate in the older building. So as we'll have to keep an eye on those things and monitor that boundary as we move forward. And I suspect the next review in 5 years at the end of this section, that you might see some change in terms of what we're monitoring.
Yeah, I guess all the malls around the city tend to be on the perimeters, but they have similar issues. So it'd be good to look at those. I did want to talk a little bit about the removing the barriers, or the red tape or the flexible regulations, which appear a few times. I can appreciate how there are efficiencies to be made, but I do know that sometimes regulations are there for a reason. And I wanted to clarify, especially when we're permitting and grandfathering, that we are respectful of our accessibility requirements and our life safety requirements and our egress requirements and possibly even our heritage requirements, and that we aren't actually missing the red tape that's there for a reason. So I just would like some clarification on that.
Through the chair, so certainly all of those things have to stay. They're all in regulation. The National Building Code adopted by the province. Then we have our own building bylaw. All of those things are within that, and we absolutely do require all of those things to have to be met.
Perfect. So it's not making your grandfathering more flexible or anything like that in terms of those items, just in terms of processes.
That's correct.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks for that clarification. In the report, I know we have the Indigenous section and the sustainability section. For future reports, it would be nice to have the idea section added from our values, and that would have addressed that. And I also wanted to stress or ask you again about how our water and wastewater capacity has really affected our planning of the city, and how that is plays such a big role in our development, and that is the barriers and where we need to invest with our water and our wastewater capacities.
Through the chair, Mr. Grazier can speak to this.
Yeah, through the chair, as Ms. Bryden mentioned earlier, the city completed the water and wastewater serviceability study last year, and while it's a high-level overview of conceptual solutions needed to support intensification over the long term, we do have some better clarity on perhaps the areas where infrastructure may be sufficient right now to support opportunities, as well as clarity on the projects and investments needed to address current issues, not only those that would support intensification, but address service level issues for existing properties. So, you know, that has really played a huge role in informing some of this work.
Would you consider that to be one of our biggest barriers right now?
Yeah, through the chair, yeah, largely I'd say so, especially based on you know, some of the feedback that we've heard recently.
Okay,
Through the chair, if I can add, I would say also that barrier, the perceived barrier from industry has been that we haven't had the information needed. And I would say we're in a position now where we have a lot more information available to us to provide.
Thank you again for so much work. I think the interactive maps are going to be really amazing, as you said, with industry. I'm really looking forward to looking for that. So again, thanks so much for this report. Sounds like we're doing things the way that I kind of see this, to put it in more of a thing, is that, like, if you were to have a house and you were trying to sell your house, you'd want to make your house as appealing to the market as possible. You may have to do some improvements here and there for someone who would want to buy the house. And that's essentially what we are doing for all of these properties in our city. We're just getting them ready to sell, so that they're more, I don't know, appealing to the market, I think, and attractive to the market. Is that more or less accurate, what we're trying to do?
Through the chair, I think what we're trying to do is provide information to make it more appealing for folks to buy underutilized land, not necessarily owned by the city. Certainly not all of these lots are city-owned land, but just providing information so that folks know what they're buying.
And then I guess as a city, when we develop things, we have more access to grants and government funding than, let's say, a private developer may have, correct? If we were to do it as a municipality?
Through the chair, Mr. Grazier can speak to that.
Yeah, through the chair, you know, I think of projects maybe like the yards received funding from the different levels of government, and there's an application in for Taylor Field, and you know, based on past experiences, it seems there's more of those types of funding opportunities available to public and municipal governments, as opposed to maybe private sector developers.
Yeah, I think there's a place for both the private sector and public sector, but when it comes to the city developing things, we have a little bit different return on investment than just a private investor would have, because we also have our community well-being, and we have a little bit of stakeholder or share in all these properties because we do collect taxes from them. So I do believe there's a place for both, and there are some of these things where we just have a different sort of return of investment than maybe a private investor would. And I really support this exploration of where we're going with this.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. It is 12:14, so just about a minute away from our lunch break. So we're going to take our lunch break now, and we'll come back in 45 minutes at 12:59. No, 1. We'll see you in 45 minutes. please ask everyone to take your seats. We will get started soon. Okay, I will call our meeting back to order. And Councilor Reynolds is I'll just go next. Yeah. All right. Okay, so I'm really excited by this report. I think there's some great things that are coming out of it. I do have one question. I see Strategic Action 3.9 lists implementing a property subclass strategy as a tool for underutilized land. So by approving this report, are we confirming that this tool remains on the table as a valid part of our long-term strategy?
Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Mr. Grazier.
Mr. Fraser?
Through the chair, so the intent with that action is to align with the direction approved by council last January to explore the subclass. So approval of the strategy would essentially mean the continuation of that work and a report coming back on the results next year.
All right. Thank you for that. The reason why I asked this is because the report that we'll be discussing next has a recommendation that seems to be contradictory to this. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that correctly.
Through the chair, so the work outlined in this strategy is more specific to underutilized or vacant surface parking lots. And the report coming forward next is related to derelict properties.
Mm-hmm.
So they are different.
The use, I guess, it would be for that. Okay, interesting. All right, thank you. That is it for me for now. Councilor Radins.
I'd like to say on the report, excellent job, great report. And I'm very ecstatic about us addressing, underutilized properties. And so, I mean, looking at the numbers, though, there's 894 ULIS properties, and this could also address the 824 homeless people throughout this city. And so the way I see it is a win-win here for our city, and if we can revitalize a core area and help to change the culture of our city. I know it has been slow, but with this, I am hopeful and look forward to growing and improving, revitalizing, changing the culture. And again, excellent work on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilor Radins. I see no other questions from members of council. So I'll ask the clerk to start the vote. Sorry, Councilor Fro. I think he was the mover. Sorry, Mancinelli. Councilor Mancinelli, would you like to close debate? All right, so we will move on to the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously. Councillor Zakidniak is temporarily away from the meeting.
All right. So we will now consider item EX 25-114, review of nuisance and derelict properties. I'll ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Mr. Doney.
Through the chair, thank you very much. So in January of 2025, Council approved MN 24-12. This motion directed administration to work on 2 items. First, nuisance and derelict properties and standalone surface parking lots in the city center. This report focuses on the first issue, nuisance and derelict properties. Since 2024, administration has changed its enforcement approach. We now prioritize properties in the worst conditions, those considered derelict. This shift has led to more demolitions of unsafe derelict buildings. As part of this report, we also looked at creating a separate tax category for nuisance and derelict properties. After consulting with Edmonton, we found that our current enforcement approach is achieving similar results of more demolitions without needing additional FTEs, resources required to implement a subclass program. As such, administration is asking council to approve continuing with this proactive approach to enforcement against nuisance and derelict properties. Joining us today is Mr. Kling, our Director of Community Standards, Mr. Freeland, the Manager of Bylaw Enforcement, and Ms. Mills, our Director of Assessment and Property Revenue Services, and we are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Doney. Could I please have someone move the report? Councillor Fro, would you like to speak to the report? Go ahead.
Thanks very much. I understand that Edmonton was the first city in Canada to move forward a specific subclass in October of 2023. I'm curious from administration's research if there's been others since, if there's others, generally speaking, in the U.S. I'm sort of looking for some data sets to sort of confirm or test our proposed approach.
Mr. Doney.
Through the chair, I'll start and then just ask Mr. Wynn to give us a bit more information. We did focus on City of Edmonton and see what they've done, and we looked at other cities across Canada primarily. I don't know that we looked south of the border. We'll ask Mr. Wynn just to give us an overview of the different cities that we did engage with.
Mr. Kling.
Thank you. Excuse me. Through the chair, we did engage with cities in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, as well as Alberta. And through that scan, we did find that, like you said, Councillor Fro, the city of Edmonton was the only city that did reintroduce a subclass for derelict properties specifically. Other than that, we did look at cities such as North Battleford, which does have a property subclass for vacant commercial properties, a little bit different than what a derelict property is. We did reach out as well as to the city of Moose Jaw, and with our conversations there, we did find that they did repeal their vacant property subclass. They did not find that effective at the time. And then we also reached out to the city of Saskatoon, Winnipeg, and Calgary, and from that engagement, we did find that they did not have any sort of derelict property subclass. With respect to outside of Canada, we did not have any concrete examples for derelict property subclasses.
Sure, thank you. The City of Edmonton delineates between a derelict property and a problem property. The problem property being something that may have safety concerns, as an example, right? Partying, perhaps illicit sort of drug use. And so in our specific example, how do we look at those two things? Perhaps it's sort of verbiage or classification, nuisance and underutilized. Is our terminology sort of similar or different in that respect?
Mr. Doney.
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Kleem to give us an overview of our bylaw and the definition of derelict properties and how we determine those.
Mr. Kleem.
Through you, Madam Chair. So the distinction that we've drawn in terms of this report, nuisance properties are more all-encompassing, so they're a broader category. Within that would be derelict properties, which was where the property subclass was considered.
Okay. So we don't necessarily look through the chair at Edmonton would classify problem properties, meaning properties that we may see like, a considerable amount of sort of noise violations or criminal activity occurring or things to those effects. Is that fair that ours doesn't necessarily address that?
I would say that through you, Madam Chair, the nuisance property, umbrella that I'm talking about is it's not necessarily in line with that, but it could include those things. So if we have a particular property that has multiple violations of the community standards bylaw, we would consider that a nuisance property. We get information in terms of proactive patrols to inform our proactive patrols from all sorts of sources, including coordinating with our strategic partners, including RPS.
Okay, thank you. I understand as well that in Edmonton's case, they commissioned an independent study and sort of looked at a 3-year time frame between 2017 and 2020, and they found that there's 31 properties in this specific example, cost the city about $1.3 million for bylaw inspections and enforcement, sort of ranging to fire or maybe what your team does. Can you walk us through examples of how we may in turn save or garner revenue associated with a tool like this?
Through you, Madam Chair. So, I think we haven't done a fulsome, assessment in terms of what a change in strategy would necessarily save us on the back end, right? So there would be potentially savings in terms of, social services or in terms of emergency support, that kind of thing. But there wouldn't, they wouldn't be immediate, and it would be difficult to track, as there's a lot of variables when it comes to nuisance properties, and in particular the broader neighborhoods that they are. So this is one component that would feed into a broader strategy in terms of revitalizing a neighborhood and ultimately getting cost savings on the back end.
Yeah, no, that's great. I think, can you paint a picture for me, just broadly at a high level, as to the impact of a new property subclass in terms of sort of revenue, and how that might be done if we choose to do it in concert with greater awareness and enforcement? There's two options in our report. Appears to me as Edmonton has maybe a different approach or a combination thereof. So curious as to what we might expect in terms of revenue, understanding that there may be some upfront costs to give us the capacity to do that.
Mr. Downey?
Through the chair, I will start. And probably both of them may assist, Ms. Mills and Mr. Kleem. Something that is unknown and maybe a little bit different than Edmonton is that if we were to implement a subclass, it may decrease the value of that property, and so the actual revenue that we bring in may be less from a tax perspective. So that's something that's maybe a bit different than Edmonton, where some of their values may be higher. Ms. Mills, I'll start with, just to give us a bit more background potentially.
Ms. Mills?
Thank you, and through the chair. And first, I think it's important to clarify that a property subclass does not generate more revenue for the city. What we do is we would be increasing the tax contribution from that class of properties, reducing the tax contribution from the remaining properties in that class of the residential properties to offset that. So in Saskatchewan, it's not an additional revenue generating tool. And then second, there's the point that Mr. Doney made in that what Edmonton had found is when they went out and actually started inspecting the properties, the value of the property was actually less than what they had previously done. And so there was actually initial overall revenue reduction. And again, revenue was not the purpose of the subclass creation. And so that didn't factor into them continuing with the class.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that context and clarification. Your report also says, so and I quote, there may not be a property tax increase if a subclass is implemented, and I think you're referring to that. I don't see any supporting data, however, given the good work that you did connecting with other municipalities. So I have a hard time understanding which approach, option 1 or option 2, is the best. And I'm wondering if that can be provided to council. I may in fact consider a tabling motion to request some more information. So,
Mr. Downey?
Through the chair, I'll start and then ask Ms. Mills to get a bit more information. So the objective of this report was really to figure out how we take derelict properties and either have them improved by the owner or that they are demolished. And so what we found is that by the subclass, we're probably not likely going to have a significant impact on that, and it's going to create more work in FTEs, and we're actually getting the results of getting those properties off the derelict list by increasing demolition. So that's the primary reason why we aren't recommending option 2, but I'll ask Ms. Mills if she has more background on that particular one.
Ms. Mills?
Through the chair, I would agree with Mr. Doney in that the data in this case is a bit difficult to get to because we would have to go and do the physical inspections on the properties, which is that resource that we need. And so that's why we're a bit short on analysis here because we haven't gone out and done that work. We don't have the available property assessors to do that work at this time.
No, I appreciate that, and I trust administration's expertise. Reports contain a little bit more sort of fulsome background information. I certainly and generally agree with the administration's recommendation. I do have a question about option 2, which would include an additional FTE at, in around $91,000. I think particularly given the budget climate that we're in, what I want us to avoid is needing to say yes or no to things specifically because of the fiscal situation we're in, and instead do things because they're good public policy and we may see a better, safer community or a financial return or both. And I guess my question to the chair is there a means in which that type of capacity can be absorbed within existing staff, if in fact that was something that we perceived to be in the best interest of the city in terms of our approach? And I see you're currently recommending something different.
Mr. Anderson.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor. I would say, obviously that's our first point of attack, is that, okay, do we have capacity somewhere to tackle this work? And if so, that would be part of the recommendation. We don't recommend adding a resource lightly. We do not have the capacity at this time in our assessment group. We are overly stressed to do this type of work. And we look at it as a long-term type of role that would have to be created to continually monitor this subclass.
Okay, thank you for the question. The last question I have is I'm trying to decide whether I'd like to table this with more information or not, but I guess the question I'll ask first is whether this information is possible. I don't want you to do work for no reason. So, my initial sort of questions that I'm interested in getting more information on, and I'm fine if the answer is we can't find this, or the information you're asking for isn't relevant to the outcome we're trying to achieve. But I'm curious, one, I think you mentioned what other cities do, but specifically financial or community returns. How might option A and option B work in tandem? Can they both be done, in fact? Data to illustrate is sort of the argument, sort of in terms of our approach. I think you've largely answered that. I think you've answered on capacity. So I guess the two questions then is, might option A and option B both work in tandem? And what, if any, supplemental information might help us decide if we're on the right sort of track here?
Mr. Doney.
Through the chair, so option A is what we're doing right now. So we're increasing enforcement and seeing results of that to do more demolitions of derelict properties. Option B, I'll ask Ms. Mills just to give some more perspective on that, but I think what we've seen now is that we don't think implementing option B is going to increase the amount of demolitions for derelict properties, if that's the objective, which is to turn around that housing stock, basically. Okay. But Ms. Mills, any more background on the option 2?
Ms. Mills?
Through the chair, yeah, I might provide a bit more background also. And since the work in community standards has kind of switched to a more proactive approach in this area, both my area and Mr. Claim's area have been working together on some of these properties because we do see them go through the tax enforcement process as well. And so when we go back to that FTE ask, just for information, when Edmonton implemented their class, they actually asked for 2 FTEs to do a similar number of properties. We feel the efficiencies between our 2 areas and the work that we're doing together, that we would really only need the 1 FTE to do the work because we are kind of working together on this set of properties. And then in terms, sorry, I lost track of the initial question there.
No, that's fine. I guess my last question maybe is more procedurally through the chair to the city clerk. If I were to vote to table that would end discussion, but since I'm closing, if I would like to table this, would that be the more appropriate time if others want to ask questions? Thank you. That's all I have for now. I'm certainly going to consider tabling motion. I need to think on this. By the way, I support this work a lot. There's a lot of really good stuff here, and this undoubtedly is going to have a great return. I just want to be mindful myself. I'd maybe take a few more days to think on option A and option B. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Councillor Burton.
Through the chair, I'm leaning towards option 1 here, based on the less rules, bureaucracy, staff, costs, and that matters to me. But as we talk about the enforcement that's in there, on some other situations, when I've asked the administration, they have been viewed as being lenient, that we have to educate more and enforce less. And there's appropriate places to do that with the education. But in cases of nuisance properties with the unsafe conditions, fire hazards, structural instability, unwanted activity, to me this needs to be more appropriate or aggressively pursued. And so I'm looking to the administration to describe, is this something that would be more aggressively pursued rather than educated?
Mr. Doney.
Through the chair, I'll start and then ask Mr. Kleem to give a bit more detail of the changes that have happened in the last year or two. But absolutely, we're doing more of a proactive approach now. And any property that is risk to health and safety, we act immediately. And so unfortunately, we've seen a fire on Victoria Street this summer and fall, and the neighboring home was in a state of structural disrepair, or was damaged. And so through the fire department, through the bylaw, that property was taken down in a matter of days. And so that's just an example where when there's health and safety imminent, then we do act very quickly to make sure that that is addressed. I'll ask Mr. Kleem to give a bit more details of how we shifted from a proactive, or from a reactive to a proactive enforcement.
Mr. Kleem.
Through you, Madam Chair. So in terms of aggressive and lenient bylaw enforcement, like we do strike a balance wherever we can. And from a bylaw enforcement standpoint, if the property owner or the resident, the occupant, if they remedy the bylaw, that is a best case scenario for us, where we don't have to hire our own contractor to remedy the situation. In terms of timelines, like we are there are rules that we need to follow in terms of provincial legislation and in terms of allowing appeals and that kind of thing. So there is sometimes a perception of, especially if people see a problem in the community, where it does, take bylaw enforcement going through even the most aggressive bylaw approach, still takes, a matter of weeks sometimes to remedy a situation in the community because of those appeal timelines.
So through the chair, is there any improvements required in the enforcement side that are there, as we try to, with Deb, be more lean and mean? Is there anything we need to do to be lean and mean on this side, respecting that there are rules and that we need to follow?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would say no. There's we are operating within the confines of the provincial legislation, specifically the Cities Act, and also balancing our resources, right? If we have 100 properties to get to, and by taking a more of a compliance-based approach, we can get 80 of those to voluntarily comply, and only 20 of them we have to do remedies. That's better than taking the most aggressive approach and having to remedy 50 or 60 or 70 of them. So we are working to balance those needs in terms of resourcing, but also in terms of compelling a property owner to actually comply.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Mayor Baczynski.
Thank you. Through the chair. Everything makes sense to me. Thank you for the report and information. This is more, I'll support my colleague in tabling for more information. Right now, tabling means we keep doing what we're doing and maybe get a little bit more information with respect to what Councillor Fro is looking for. So I have no problem with that. I'll support that tabling motion in that context, Councillor Fro. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Siklis.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I'm generally supportive of option 1, but I'm open to looking at a hybrid model from my little bit of research that I did. But my question is on, it's just a housekeeping question. The dollar amounts of the fines, how often are those revisited, and when were these ones that are in here last adjusted?
Mr. Kalim?
Through you, Madam Chair, frankly, I actually don't know when the community standards bylaws fines were updated. Full disclosure, though, a fine option or a actual prosecution of a fine is a pretty rare occurrence in terms of the community standards bylaw. And the main reason is in order for us to actually get a remedy, so to speak, as a fine, we have to prosecute the charge all the way through to through court, through our bylaw court. And a more efficient remedy for a more efficient enforcement process for us is to actually work towards a remedy. So in the case of a particular violation of the community standards bylaw, we would put forth an order which would require the resident to, basically fix the bylaw infraction. If they don't, then we would send in our contractor, and then we would basically charge that charge back to the property owner through the property tax process. The benefit of that is we don't have to go through a prosecution process and court process for it. We do have to follow appeal timelines and that kind of thing. So basically there is a financial impact to the property owner. However, we don't have to go through the arguably arduous process of prosecuting that particular violation. So,
Thank you very much for that. Due to the number of requests that I had over the summer on this, I thought snow season was tough, but this summer a lot of people were complaining about some of these things, and my just general off-the-cuff discussions with the bylaw teams, they tell me they don't have any teeth. So do you have any statistics you can provide, if we do table this, that can show us what percentage of these things are solved and what are percentage are not?
Through you, Madam Chair, I might ask Mr. Freeland if he has that right now at our fingertips.
Okay.
Certainly, we do have like data for derelict properties. We have more anecdotal for the larger bylaw service in terms of the voluntary compliance that we get, and when we actually have to go in and do a remedy for, something like overgrown vegetation or something of that nature. But Mr. Freeland, I'll pass it over to you if you have any specific data that you can provide.
Mr. Freeland?
Thank you. Yes, through the chair, I currently don't have information at hand to deal with all different types of case types, but as Mr. Kalim had noted, we do compile data, and it's typically in the first quarter of each year that compiles data for the previous case types, for every type of case for the previous year. What I do have in front of me today that I can provide that complements what was provided in the report here will give a little bit more explanation as to how many types of demolition cases the city remedies versus how many a property owner remedies. So as we've noted here in 2023, the city remedied 25 properties, so that's where we completed the demolition. Through our enforcement efforts, we also had an additional 26 properties that complied voluntarily, so property owners who either completed repair or demolition on that property through enforcement efforts. For 2024, we've reported 24 demolitions that the city completed, and in that same year, we had 51 additional cases where property owners complied voluntarily and either complied with the order or demolished the property. As of today, for 2025, we have completed 55 demolitions with another 9 that are sort of in the queue, waiting for their chance to have, utility disconnect completing and things like that so that we can complete demolitions. And we have an additional 65 properties that have been complied with through the property owner through through enforcement processes.
Thanks. I'd be interested in some of the basic ones too, like the overgrown stuff, because my neighborhoods are relatively newer, so that's the stuff I have to deal with. That'd be great in the extra report if we do get a tabling motion through. Oh.
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, because this report is focused on the derelict properties, that's the information we have. But I think it's very reasonable that once we have all the data captured for 2025 and Q1 of 2026, we could provide that to council just through an approval memo, or sorry, just through an internal memo, so that you've got that information to share.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Councillor C, please. All right. I do have a couple of questions. So Just going back to the question I had earlier that we just approved as an initiative from the previous report to implement a tax subclass. So my question is, would that initiative also need additional capacity? Mr. Doe?
Through the chair, couldn't quite hear all the question. I think it was, do we need extra resources for
Yeah,
the
so
subclass?
our previous report, I mentioned that in recommendation, I think is 3-9, it talks about implementing a tax subclass for that. It's a different report. However, it is a tax subclass to monitor. So I just want to have some clarity if that type of recommendation and initiative would also require additional capacity through filling out an FT.
Yeah, through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Bryden to give her information on that one.
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you, through the chair. So we're not done the analysis and engagement on that work, and so I wouldn't want to specify right now whether it would or would not. I think that report is addressing vacant land, so I would suggest it would be less intensive for the assessors, but I wouldn't want to say yes, no, or otherwise until I have all of the information in front of me.
All right, thank you for that. So in that case, because that work is still ongoing, and I hear there is, I think, around the table some need for some more information, because I do appreciate the recommendation, and based on the data that you have provided, we are seeing an increase in demolitions through those properties, though we only have about a year and a bit worth of data. So I would like to see if that continues to grow in that that trend, or if we see something kind of plateau where tax subclass could be an initial incentive for us to do that. Now, I have another question related to the number of derelict properties that we know of, because I know there's also work needs to be done to determine if there are others, but to our current knowledge, what does that look like in comparison to the demolitions? Mr. Downey.
Through the chair, I will start, and if I need to be corrected, I'll ask Mr. Kaleem to give it additional information. But as part of the North Central Revitalization Project, back in July of 2024, we had done some counts in the community. At that time, of course, it changes regularly, but there's about 230 properties that were classified as boarded up, abandoned, or vacant properties. And so then in the report, of course, we've shared since 2024, we've had 44 demolitions in 2024, and then we say 45 in the report in 2025, and Mr. Freeland had updated that number with 54 as of today. So that number is dropping, but we don't have accurate information from right now how many properties are abandoned, vacant properties, as that takes a fair bit of resources to go out and collect that data.
All right, thank you for that. I think I would also support a tabling motion as I really appreciate the recommendation and I see the reasoning behind it. However, given the evidence through what we've seen in Edmonton and its effectiveness, I feel like an approach that has two options, just with a bit more information, would be helpful in making that decision, because I same concern as if it is an issue of the cost of increased capacity versus making good policy. I think it's important that we focus on good policy, and especially if in that case, if we're looking, I know we haven't made a final decision because it's a separate report, but if we're looking to another subclass for underutilized properties, could this perhaps be something that be combined, or this work would be like so intensive that one person needs to do all of it?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Ms. Mills if she has that level of detail yet, or if she could speak to that.
Ms. Mills?
I'm sorry, Councillor, I missed the end of your question there.
Oh, my question is, given that we are exploring a tax subclass through that previous report, understanding that nothing is, you still need to do some work on that, if we were to approach this report through option 2 that would require that additional capacity, is that work that if the other report were to go with that same person would be able to do? I'm just trying to combine these two things that seem to
Yeah.
work in tandem.
Through the chair, as Ms. Bryden had identified earlier, it's a bit early for us to make a very distinct answer on what the work for the work around parking lots might be. But I would say high level, those properties will be much less intensive in terms of the work that needs to be done. Properties aren't often going in and out of parking lots. They're easier to identify. And so potentially adding one FTE could create capacity for both works. It likely wouldn't be the same person, but it would create capacity.
All right, thank you so much for that. Thank you for the report. I think these are really important issues in our community, something certainly in many areas in Ward 6 I hear a lot about, folks especially being concerned about burned down properties that continue to remain in the community and the issues of safety around it. So I am glad we're tackling this, and I would absolutely support a tabling motion because I feel like there's a bit more work that we could do to get this right. And yeah, that's it for me. I see Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will totally support a tabling motion, just to be cooperative. But I just want to bring some attention to the report and the actions and outcomes. The option 2 would be to, add people to increase the outcome of bringing nuisance properties under control and demolitions. And basically by following Edmonton's lead, because they had that kind of a system, they had an increase in demolitions and they had an increase in bringing nuisance under control. But just looking at administration's success rate for the hybrid that they devised already, it looks like they're getting Edmonton's type of results in the first year of implementation without the addition that we're considering tabling for. So I'm not sure if I'm right or wrong. I'll table to get more information and comfort, and I got no problem with it. But just reading the report, it strikes me that administration's achieving what Edmonton did with the manpower without the manpower. And maybe a comment on administration if Edmonton had that much more success, but just looking at the numbers from year to year to year in the build, it looks like you guys have been doing pretty good work. So any comment would be appreciated.
Mr. Downey.
Through the chair, so that's exactly our thought process, is that we've achieved the results by substantially increasing the amount of demolitions of derelict properties, and as Mr. Freeland mentioned, having properties take action to take them off the derelict list without any additional resources. So we think we're going in the right direction, and we don't need those resources to achieve what Edmonton has achieved.
Yeah, but yeah, happy to table with you guys if you want, just to.
Thank you. I see no more questions from members of council. Councillor Fro, would you like to close debate?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I think generally we've done a really good job not tabling things, so I'm not looking for a lot of time here, and I trust administration's perspective. But I've received feedback from community members that have been watching this file closely that have some questions for me on option 2. And that might disagree with administration. I want to make sure I have the information to accurately reflect our position and make sure I understand this file. So I guess my first question to administration would be, and I think there's a tabling motion that might come up here. I think our next executive meeting isn't until February. And if I understand correctly, tabling wouldn't preclude us from doing the work we're currently doing. But I want to be really mindful of capacity given what we're undertaking right now as a city. So is that timeline reasonable? And is the language there reasonable through the chair of administration? But also perhaps to you, Victoria, if you want to add anything on there, feel free.
Yeah, looks good. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, and through the chair, just clarification on bullet number 1. Again, there would be no extra financial return to the city by having the subclass. It would simply be shifting some taxes around.
Okay, we can remove that. Thank you for the clarification. To the chair, perhaps, Councillor Flores, is there anything associated with your questions, particularly given the magnitude of this issue in your ward, that you would like to add as you look at this file?
Yes, but I feel like I need a bit more time. Let me just. Could I ask for a 5-minute recess just to?
You get to decide, I think.
Yep, let's go for. All right, thank you for that. We're going to call the meeting back to order. All right, Councillor Fro.
Through the chair, just having conferred with the deputy mayor, I think it's clear to me that administration has brought forward, the recommendation, and I'm assuming feels as though they've answered our questions. I'm going to remove those 2 bullet points. I would respectfully ask that we table this until February 11th, so those of us that are inclined have some opportunity to connect with stakeholders that have questions about it, so we can accurately reflect their opinions, but that we can offline connect with administration until February and better understand their recommendations as opposed to direct extra work, which may take away from capacity. So just ask for a tabling motion until February 11th, please.
All right, could I ask the clerk to please start the vote on the table motion?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you. Yep. All right. Okay. We will now consider item EX 25-111 Burger King lease. I will ask a Counselor.
Well done.
All right. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through the chair. The property located at 1806 Albert Street is owned by the City of Regina and has a current land lease that expires on April 30th, 2026. The existing leasee of the property has advised that they are not exercising their option to extend their lease for an additional 3 years. The existing subleasee, Burger King franchisee Sadiq Holdings, Inc., has requested to lease the property directly from the City of Regina as the franchisee explores building a new location. The City and Sadiq have agreed to a 1-year deal during which the franchisee will be responsible for all property and building maintenance. The 1 year will allow the City to market the property for redevelopment as a mixed-use site and for the Burger King franchisee to explore other locations. As this is a direct lease without a public offering, City Council approval is required. I submit the report for your review and are open for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Can I have someone move the report, please? Councillor Mancinelli, do you wish to speak to the report?
No, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Glad we're planning on Sass Drive, and Burger King's good by me.
Thank you. Any questions from committee members on the report? All right, I see no questions. No, one question from Mayor Baczynski.
I just want to say I think I support administration's recommendations, so you can have it your way.
Some decorum in chambers, please. Oh, that was fantastic. City Manager, Mr. Nickel, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, we just want to thank Mr. Anderson and his staff for a whopper of a report.
All right. I do get to chair the most interesting meetings. I love it. Okay. I see no more real questions, and Mr. Mancinelli, would you like to close debate?
I ain't stepping on that. I'm good to go.
All right. Thank you for that. We'll ask the clerk to please start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
All right, we're gonna move on to the next report, please. All right, I hope there are not a lot of fence jokes. we will now consider item EX 25-112, future fence limited lease. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Through the chair, the City of Regina purchased 3426 Saskatchewan Drive in August of 2023 to gain land control for the Saskatchewan Drive Corridor Plan. The City of Regina assumed multiple leases as part of the purchase. One of those lease agreements is set to expire on December 31st, 2025. The tenant, Future Fence Limited, would like to renew its lease. The proposed lease extension is for 4 years with an option to renew for up to 5 years. This is a direct lease for space that has not been made available publicly. As such, City Council is required. Administration is recommending approval of the proposed lease. We submit the report for your review and are open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Could I please have someone move the report? Mayor Baczynski, would you like to speak to the report? All right, and any questions from members of the committee? I see none. All right, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. And now we will consider item EX 25-113, traffic bylaw changes report. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Mr. Doney.
Through the chair, administration regularly reviews the Regina traffic bylaw to ensure it is current, aligns with industry best practice, and addresses any gaps for enforceability. The Traffic Bylaw Working Group, which is comprised of representatives from the City Administration, including Traffic Engineering, Bylaw Enforcement, Parking Services, and Legal Department, and the Regina Police Service, have approved the amendments contained within this report and support them. These amendments are relatively minor and administrative in nature and are primarily focused on permits and exemptions to ensure traffic safety and improve community vibrancy. Today, we've got a team available to answer any questions that you may have within the report.
Thank you, Mr. Doney. Can I have someone please move the report? Councillor Mancinelli, would you wish to speak to the report? Please go ahead.
I do. I understand and I approve all the amendments you guys have worked through in this report. I guess in my time on council so far, I've been looking for a place to interface with suggestions and questions from residents into our traffic pattern, into our traffic bylaw. 9 years now, and I haven't found an interface other than, maybe the odd time on a piece of policy or a conversation having to have, overlap. For an example of what I'd like to maybe bring to bear or have input in a group like this would be something like our merge signs on Ring Road. For 9 years, I've been asking why the speed limit sign to speed up is at the very end of the merge, creating a very dangerous situation instead of the start of the merge to give people a chance to get up to speed. And it's been an empty conversation because there's no real interface between the political and administration on this piece of policy. So I'd like to know if this might be a board where we might appoint someone from council to interface with, or if there's another avenue administration can identify which might be better for. But I think someone around this side of the horseshoe should have some point of interface with administration on behalf of residents for purposes such as these, And not being the professional, I'm just asking at this point in time for this piece of policy, through the chair.
Mr. Doney, and I apologize, I keep saying your name wrong. Mr. Doney.
That's okay. Thank you for the question, and through the chair, not one that I was fully prepared to answer, so I'm going to think about it a little bit. I don't think we would recommend council being part of an administrative working group. However, I think it is very important to make sure that we get the information from council and provide clear explanations of why we can or can't do something. And so I would encourage you to reach out to us, and we should be able to tell you whether we can or can't do something from a safety perspective, and that's really the driver between moving something forward or not. And so if that hasn't happened in the past, then I would encourage you to do that in the future. But I don't think a council member on an administrative working group is the right solution in this case.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Just looking for somewhere to have input between administration, maybe SGI, the police, and the political overtones of what we're experiencing being told. So you're much more aware of the groups than I am. If you could maybe look for a fit or a place where that might correlate, I'd appreciate the suggestion and look forward to following it up, actually. Everything on the report looks in order to me, a layman, so I'm good to go.
All right, Councillor Trimble.
Hello, and thanks to the chair. So we have the, I think it's the patio. One of these things in here talks about the patio parking spots, which made me think of a lot of times those patio parking spots end up in the accessible parking zones. And also here, if we have any amendments for when events happen, or patios, or things, or food trucks end up in the accessible parking, is there any current protocol where they have to put accessible parking somewhere else when you eliminate an accessible parking spot?
Through the chair, I don't know that answer, and so I'm going to ask Mr. Kaleem if he has any background on the requirements of accessible parking, and if there's any requirements to make adjustments if those spots are taken up for events.
Mr. Kaleem.
Through you, Madam Chair, generally we would work with, like if it was for a event, we'd work with the event holder. So something like the farmer's market, one of the things that we've done is created temporary persons with disability zones and actually bag separate meters that may be, different than the accessible zones that were there, but still adjacent to the actual event itself. There's not a particular requirement for accessible zones. We basically work with the community in terms of their needs, in terms of what they, their purposes, their needs they need for that. I'm not sure if Mr. Warner's team has any specifics about like this particular bylaw amendment.
Mr. Doney.
Yeah, through the chair, I would just highlight that no decisions on this report would have any impact on the accessibility spots. But it's something we definitely can make sure in the future that it's front and center of our minds.
So with the amendment, the patio one, I guess that would be my concern, is that I would want, if there was a patio made and they did replace an accessible parking spot, for it to be replaced. But I think since this is coming back to City Council next week, I may work with you offline to maybe come up with a amendment about the accessible parking spots, and then maybe bring it up next week. Would that be fair?
Mr. Doney.
Through the chair, yeah, that's very reasonable. The Amendment 7 right now, the way it's framed, is just to waive the fee, and so it doesn't talk about anything about how they're approved or why they're approved. It's strictly to waive the fee for the outdoor restaurant sidewalk patios.
Okay, so I think what I will do is I will just work with you in the next week, and then maybe next week at council I will bring an amendment forward. Okay, thank you.
Did Ms. Miller have something to add? Mr. Warren?
Thank you, through the chair. I was just going to add that, anytime we work with organizers or, proponents on whether it's an outdoor patio or a special event, like we always are surveying the the impacts to, accessibility and traffic and pedestrians. And we want to make sure that any impacts with that event, or in this case, a patio, we would maintain an accessible thoroughfare for pedestrians, and that we wouldn't, create any unnecessary hardships. So that is definitely something that we work through with those organizers.
Thank you. Councillor Siklis.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I was looking for Schedule H1. It's referred to in Amendment 10, intersection sightline controls. I can't find Schedule H1. It's the second last page of the report, just before the little map of the center, city center area.
Through the chair.
Mr. Doney.
Yeah, so through the chair, I believe I understand why, because that is the forestry bylaw, and that's not in here. But I'll ask Mr. Warren to confirm that.
Mr. Warren.
So through the chair, Schedule H1 does not appear in this report, but if you refer to the traffic bylaw that is posted on the city's website, regina.ca, it shows up in that report. Or sorry, in that bylaw.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Siklis. And I just have a question. The report notes a disadvantage that might occur with the tree pruning. That is Amendment 10 in the report. As it notes, it might occur with minimal notice to the residents. What is the specific communication protocol before city crews enter private property to cut a resident's tree?
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Warren to give an overview of that, and a lot of it does depend on the urgency of it, and so if there's a critical aspect to traffic safety, that would be a more urgent situation, but Mr. Warren can give a bit of an overview of that.
Thank you. Mr. Warren.
Through the chair, so under the forestry bylaw, I guess I may not have the specific details, but there is a period of notice under the forestry bylaw that the city would inform a resident if there was some sort of obstruction or some sort of tree pruning that would need to be required. And I believe the report states that within that current forestry bylaw, it's a 20-day notice. So I think what we're attempting to do here is, there's been some circumstances where there may be a legitimate safety concern if the private tree is impacting either a traffic signal or a stop sign, for example, and where the city would want to come in there and hopefully try to take steps earlier than 20 days. So as part of our regular process under the traffic bylaw, any obstruction, we will always attempt to make contact with the property owners to come into compliance and hopefully remove that obstruction. But it does give authority to take steps, if we can't contact the property owner or identify where who owns the obstruction in the case of debris or something like that. And this gives the authority that the city could take action if there is a serious safety concern.
All right, thank you. So if I understand that correctly, the first, from the report, the first thing that we're doing is contacting the property owners so they can deal with the issue. And if they are not able to do that within the 20 days, they've been given the information and notice that the safety concerns that this tree, for example, might present. And if that's not dealt with, then the city would proceed with dealing with the safety concerns related to that tree, for example. Is that correct? Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, that would be the typical process through the forestry bylaw, but what we're saying here is that we will contact the resident first to make sure that they are aware of the impact and ask them to take care of it if it's on private property. But if for some reason they can't do it in a manner that we believe is reasonable from the safety aspect, then we would step in and do that for them potentially. So it's really giving the city the ability to react to an unsafe situation.
All right. Thank you for that. Surprisingly, trees are a common call I get with in my ward. We have a lot of trees in our city, and I think it's quite wonderful. But also that makes me think about how the connection that people have with trees. So my question is, how are we going to communicate this process with residents? I just want to make sure there isn't any potential for misunderstandings and folks feeling that, you know, if they haven't dealt with something they've been asked, that city's just going to come and cut off a tree.
Yeah, through the chair. And so this, just to clarify, this would likely be trimming, and so I wouldn't see the many situations, if any, where the entire tree would need to come down because something has changed that has caused an unsafe event. But I'll just ask Mr. Warren what would be a typical communication process, or how would we engage with residents before we would show up and need to do some trimming?
Thank you. And to be clear, when I say communication process, I mean beyond the just individual resident, but just so it's something that folks in Regina are aware that is a new process that we're taking on to ensure safety this way. Mr. Warren?
Through the chair. So yeah, I mean, we would definitely want to take steps to contact the property owner. And in the case of a right-of-way obstruction, when it comes to safety, you know, most of the time these are things on the road right away that have either been left there, or, you know, we're not quite sure, you know, how they got there under the traffic bylaw. So like in many times the city is actually just taking action to clean up the roadway and, you know, prevent the obstruction. In the case of a tree, like, you know, we have pretty solid understanding of where that tree branch may be coming from, obviously. So we would do our best to knock on the door, to contact the property owner, and to have that conversation. And then to Mr. Doney's comments, you know, if we're unable to contact the property owner and get compliance, you know, through the property owner, we would just want to trim that one branch or that tree back just enough so that the stop sign is visible, or that the, you know, the street, you know, the traffic signal is visible, and not, you know, significantly cutting back that tree, because we do certainly understand that, you know, trees are important. When it comes to the overall communication strategy, typically with the traffic bylaw, I mean, we haven't, unless there's some sort of significant change, like, you know, changing speed limits from, you know, 50 to 30, or school zone speed limits from 40 to 30. We haven't typically done any kind of major communication strategies. And in this case, I don't think we plan to do any kind of further engagement with the community on this change, as the kind of the conditions already exist under the forestry bylaw. This is just giving the city another tool if in the event there was a you know, serious safety concern with the tree branch, that we would have some ability to take steps.
All right. Thank you for that. That is all for me. I don't see any other questions from members of council. Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to close it? Okay, thank you. And then I will ask the clerk to please start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
All right. Now, could I please have someone move a motion for a private session? Councillor Sickles. I will call the question. Any opposed? Carried. And because we are close to our mandatory break, we're actually going to take a 15-minute break, and we will be back at 2:30-ish.